All right, we're live. Good morning, everyone. This is the Night Strike Takeover edition of the Early Watch. The Night Strike 1. I'm taking over for Jimmy this week because Jimmy is working the day shift. Oh, my. Jimmy's got a job.
You got a job.
But don't worry, he will resume service next week. Sad face. Anyways, I got Tony here with me, helping me, keep the early watch real, among other things.
Good morning, people.
I need Tony here to police me, otherwise, I'd run wild.
Somebody's got to try to keep this some bitch on the rails.
Rails, what's that?
That's my point.
Anyways, throw the link out there.
Good morning to our first full week of freedom.
Man, I don't think I've ever been this free. Have you?
I'm waiting for the money to start pouring in. I haven't seen that.
Well, they said that might take a little longer, so we may have to just wait for it.
Honestly, I'm annoyed by all this anti-Trump bullshit that's still going on.
You're annoyed. How do you think I fucking feel?
I don't know.
I'm one of those, the deplorable right-wing conservative Republicans with libertarian tendencies. I'll say it like that because I believe in the Constitution more so than most Republicans do.
I changed my affiliation from the Republican Party to just a constitutionalist.
Yeah, but the issue is with the constitutionalists. Some of those constitutionalists are trying to incite another convention, and if they do that, they would be able to take away any of your amendment rights.
Well, that's not what this constitutionalist believes in. He believes in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights.
And I'm eating food in the background, so just disregard me if you hear me eating food.
Look, I disregard you anyway.
And so I wasn't any different than normal. All right. Yeah, I'm just hungry right now. Anyways, but yeah. I am hopeful that things will get better. But, my family's always been Republican. I mean, hell, one of my relatives was president at one point, and he was a Republican. I mean, his grandfather was the party before the Republicans, the Whig Party, and he was president. So, of which that won't be hard to figure out, people, if you think about it, because only one grandfather and one grandson were ever president. So you know which ones I'm related to.
Not without doing a Google search. The thing of it is I can't go libertarian because the human animal can't be left to its own devices completely. There's too many fucking idiots out there.
That's why I stay Republican, because you need some form of government.
The Republican Party has gotten too far away from its conservatism.
Yeah.
Now, Trump may change that. I mean, because the president really identifies the platform. And Trump is, on a lot of things, he's more conservative than the average Republican.
Yeah, well, hopefully, the only things I want Trump to do is get rid of the Obama executive orders, maybe get rid of the George W. and George Herbert Walker executive orders that banned guns. If he does all that, you know what? I'll be fine. I won't care about anything else because then he will have made his promise to me.
I want him to get rid of all gun control,
Right.
all of it. Now, I
No,
will
you do.
give
You
the
do. You
I will
first.
give the I will give the caveat of the background checks that we have now, because there are people that should not have guns, felons, insane people. Uh, but as far as the
Now, what?
NFA shit in 34, 68, the 86, that shit all needs to be gone. That's ridiculous.
Right. But I want to touch on that. I want touch on the previous comment you just made. You said insane people. What about those who have been rehabilitated? Should they be able to have their gun rights?
If their medical professional says that they're capable or they're a functioning member of society, yeah. Same with felons. When they've done their time and they're done and their sentence is served, they should get theirs back too.
The reason I worry about this is because there are some people who have gone voluntarily and gotten help because of certain situations that have either happened in their life due to, I guess, personal trauma, or due to, say, uh, a physical situation like chemical imbalance, like ADHD and the like. Some people have went and gotten help because of that, and sometimes that requires them to be committed just like you would a normal a crazy person. But the issue is,
I don't see that as being adjudicated though.
no, you wouldn't. But here's the problem: some governments don't see the difference. Some governments don't see the difference, and I mean state governments. And we need to make perfectly sure that our government, the federal government, understands that people who go in and get help for themselves should not be held on the same level as people who haven't gone in and gotten help and then are crazy to do things.
Well, the fact that they go on their own and seek help is a indicator that they're more rational than one who does not go seek help.
Right.
And by more rational, I mean also more trustworthy. They seem to have more of a will to live, so they would be less of a suicide risk, in my opinion.
No.
And
less
reason to have a gun or have a gun ban on them.
Right. And I mention this is because in some states like California and I think even Washington, if you've ever gone and gotten help, you're literally persona non grata for guns. Even if you've gone and gotten help for yourself, on your own.
That's my doctors are always pushing me to take antidepressants for my chronic pain. I'm like, I ain't fucking doing that. Because that could be construed as a mental issue on my Second Amendment rights, given the way Illinois looks at these fucking laws, and I'm not doing it.
Yep.
You can prescribe all of them you want, but I ain't taking them.
Right. And I'll talk to you more about this later. Not so much on the show, but maybe off air. But there is a fine line, and the problem is some politicians and some state governments do not see that line, and they decide to step over it, and that's where I take issue with.
Well, if you read our silencer law that I posted on the page a couple of days ago, you'll see that Illinois is more than willing to jump over that fucking line.
Oh, I know. You've got it rough in Illinois. I understand that. There's by no means argument there, okay?
Everybody and their brothers touting that silencer law is a good thing, but they didn't fucking read it. They only read the headline. It's a terrible fucking law.
Yeah. All right. So let's go over some news if we must. I mean, we are being optimistic about Trump and about this new world we're in where, hey, yeah, Trump's elected. Yay, Second Amendment and all that. but he hadn't done anything yet. So until he starts to striking that pen on that paper, we still have to wait for something to happen.
He did that the night he was inaugurated.
Yeah.
He enacted an executive order telling every department of the government to look for ways to kill Obamacare.
I mean, that's a good first step. But he did say that he and the other Republicans did say that, yes, they are going to get rid of Obamacare, but that doesn't mean they aren't going to replace it with something better. They said they are going to replace it with something better that helps everyone instead of just a small minority of people that Obamacare does. Because I don't make enough money myself to get health care. But I looked at getting Obamacare, and Obamacare wanted to charge me $200 a month. Where am I going to get that kind of money? So, Obamacare helped, only certain individuals, like the bare minimum of people. And yeah, that's great for some Americans, but that excludes others. And if you're going to have some form of healthcare system, it can't exclude people. It has to cover everyone or no one.
Well, I can assure you that
you understand that, right?
Obama did along those lines were geared to helping everybody but the white male American.
I would even go so far as the average American. And I'm not even white, the average American.
Oh, I'll guarantee you that it was meant to, I'm not going to say discriminate against the white male, but he was the last one on the list as far as being helped by shit.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue on it, and I don't want to point that out because I don't want us to be seen as racist, even though we're not. We're just commenting on what has happened. But the issue is, I'm just trying to make a point that I hardly make any money at all, and even I couldn't get Obamacare. So it only helped a certain number of people. I won't for sure say that it only helped black people because I don't know. I don't have all the statistics and numbers. Okay.
Actually, my daughter got Obamacare for $50 a month.
Yeah.
My elder. She works full time at a gas station.
So, that's my point. The people who are unemployed can't get, unemployed or self-employed, they cannot get coverage because it's too expensive for them. Because I looked, and even though I hardly make any money, they wanted me to pay $200 a month. I couldn't do that. I mean, your daughter pays $50 a month. Does that cover her kids too? Tony? Oh, shit. We lost Tony. But yeah, and I just hope that when they do replace Obamacare, that they put something in place after that, which is better, that helps everyone and not only helps a certain minority or
opening up markets to be able to get insurance across state lines.
Right. Tony, you there? Tony? Woohoo. Yeah. Well, we lost Tony. He'll be back. But yeah, I really hope that they put something better in place. Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to take time? Yeah, it's going to take time.
But I'm firmly of the belief that Obama's in the pocket.
Obama's in the pocket of what, healthcare?
No, of insurance.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, so are you back now, Tony? You lagged out a little bit.
I don't know. I'm having a little internet issue with fog. So.
All right. Well, if you need to exit and come back in, just go ahead and do that.
Well, it doesn't usually help.
Okay. All right. So, what news is there to talk about right now?
Well, there is the jewelry store robbery in Texas. That was two guys, armed robbers, came in and robbed the place, and one unarmed Good Samaritan got killed trying to help, and a armed CCW citizen got involved and shot one of the robbers. The other robber made an escape while shooting a couple of other people.
Yeah. You know, I'm not sure.
Make up your mind. Talk. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Tony. It's just, it's the lag. You know, you're lagging. You're a couple minutes slow. So when I start talking, we're talking at the same time. I apologize. I don't mean to do that.
It's all right.
But
go on, man.
See, but with this happened in a mall, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So that would mean that that mall, like all malls, are gun-free zones, correct?
That I can't say. It's a Texas mall.
It is a Texas mall, so you know maybe Texas, while they may be a gun-free zone, maybe Texas has an exemption for concealed carry permit holders.
I mean, malls here aren't gun-free zones.
Right. Well, the malls here, they're gun-free zones technically, but that doesn't stop crazy criminals with guns going around shooting people, does it?
We can't use that because there was a law-abiding citizen there with a gun that intervened and shot one of them.
Yeah. Well,
so if it's a gun-free zone and you're talking about people coming in there, he's just as guilty as the two robbers, basically.
Right. Unless there's a state law that exempts concealed carry permit holders from, carrying in areas that are, gun-free. No idea on that point, but more often than not, they probably won't do anything to the Good Samaritan. They'll probably just tell him, "All right, good job on that, but in the future, be more careful where you conceal carry." That's probably, they'll just give him a slap on the wrist on that point.
We're here in Illinois. They specify what the law covers as far as gun-free zones, which are schools, churches, bars, government facilities, and nuclear facilities. Otherwise, people can post that they don't want guns in there, but it holds absolutely no weight of law.
Right. And the thing about these gun-free zones is, unless there's a law in place in the state that these malls are in, okay, some people may get arrested for concealed carrying. Some people may not, even if, in certain situations like this. It just depends on the situation. It depends on the authorities that come to, clean up after the fact, instead of trying to do, crime prevention, so to speak.
It depends on the state's attorney.
It does. There's also a thing, in some states, if a shopping mall or district is labeled gun-free zone, the owner of said area is liable for whatever happens.
They're trying to get that in Missouri.
That's already a thing in Tennessee. But here's the thing. So if this had happened, like, say, in Tennessee, yeah, you would have had concealed carriers all over because it's Tennessee. But if it was a gun-free zone, the issue is, the people that died would be able to sue the owner of the shopping mall, and they couldn't do a damn thing about it because guess what? State law says they're liable, so they didn't have proper security. And I don't like gun-free zones in the first place. Okay, I'm just saying this just from a logistical, well, not logistics, but a logical standpoint. Okay.
Now Steve says he's seeing no open carry signs there in Kansas. that's not something that I foresee ever dealing with here because we don't have no open carry. And while I am writing letters about constitutional carry, I don't give a shit about open carry. Honestly.
Yeah.
Because I think it's tactically disadvantageous to do it.
Yeah. I'm originally from Arizona, and while they didn't have open carry when I lived in Arizona, but the issue is that I believe in constitutional carry.
I do too.
Open carry is nice, but if it requires you to have a permit, then it's not really open.
I have to agree with you there, but I'll take, even if our concealed carry permit allows you to just carry instead of concealed.
Right.
That's a step forward.
And while I agree, that's a step forward, the issue is I'm more the proponent of constitutional carry, where if you are able to legally buy a gun and you are a legal citizen and you can pass a background check, then you should be able to carry your gun wherever you want.
Now, Smeggy's saying in chat, the open carry law is nice because if your shirt rides up, you're still covered because you're still just open carry. In Illinois, the law says concealed or partially concealed.
And in
they wrote that specifically in there, so if you're accidentally showing the butt of your gun, you're not getting busted for it.
Yeah, in South Carolina, we have a concealed carry permit, but we don't have open carry. But the issue is, if you're in the process of hunting or fishing, you can literally open carry.
Yeah, we can too.
That's acceptable if you're hunting or fishing because that's within the law, okay? But and you're not going to get busted if you walk out of the store with a rifle or whatnot that you just bought and you're taking it home. They're not going to bust you for that. That's already covered. But the issue is just walking around wherever the hell you want willy-nilly with you can't do that open carry because that's illegal.
Now, technically, here in Illinois, if you buy a gun, walk out of the store with it, and get in your vehicle without putting it in the case, you can be busted.
Well, in South Carolina, they just require you can either, if it comes with a box, keep it in the box, or just put it in your trunk or your rear compartment where you put your luggage and whatnot, and just take it home. They don't care. They won't go after you.
Now, the state law says that as long as it's out of reach of the driver, you can carry a loaded gun in your vehicle, like if it's in the back of my Suburban or in the trunk of your car. But the Department of Natural Resources has a rule that says it has to be unloaded and enclosed in a case. So we have two separate rules, and I'm working on getting that one taken off the freaking books too.
Right.
Our concealed carry law supersedes that.
Well,
I have no say-so over a concealed carry holder.
I don't conceal carry because when I go somewhere, unless I have to get out of the car, I rarely get out of the car. Okay, and in South Carolina, you can literally keep a loaded handgun in your main console or in your glove compartment loaded.
See, in Illinois, without the concealed carry permit, you can't do that.
Yeah, but in South Carolina, you can carry your loaded handgun either in your main console or in your glove box for protection. So you're good there. I mean, and I know people say, well, Nightstrike, you should really get your concealed carry permit and give your fingerprints over. And it's like, I'll do that eventually. I will go out and do that eventually just because, I don't want to have to do the NICS check all the damn time. I understand because, if you have a CCW here in South Carolina, you don't have to go through the NICS check every time you buy a gun or whatnot because, they do that with the CCW here. But the thing is, I'm not in a position right now where I'm going out and I'm being too far away from my car from the point at that point. So I don't see the need right now for me to get it. I mean, granted, if I actually get a decent job of which I'm going to have to be away from my car for long periods of time, then yeah, that is a very good point. I should get a CCW and I should carry where I'm able to. But Right now, I don't feel that I need to get it. But at the same time, it's not to say that I'm not working on getting it it probably sometime this year.
Well, it's a hard thing to swallow if you're not making much money too.
That's just it. Because most of the courses for CCWs here in South Carolina, are like, I've seen them during the holidays. They're like $50 from some places, but most of the time, the courses themselves are like $100, and it's an 8-hour course. So, yeah,
They're like twice that here, but they're 16 hours too for those who have to take the whole thing. Hell, if you're in the Army, you'd only have to take the latter half here.
Yes, in South Carolina, there is a class. You have to take the class, and it costs about $100 or more, depending on the company that is holding the class. But the issue is, then there's, I think, a $50 or $100, file fee to the state for the permit.
It's 150 here.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the numbers. They might have changed, but the last time I checked, that's what it was.
But when I did mine, I did not submit fingerprints.
Yeah. Well, I have to submit fingerprints here. So
they said that if we did, it makes it faster, but I was willing to wait 2 weeks extra to save $50.
Yeah, but Angry, you're in Pennsylvania, right?
Dr. No says your car is not a holster carrier gun all the fucking time, quoting Clint Smith. I'm on that page myself.
Yeah, but the issue is, don't do that in states where open carry is not legal. Otherwise, you'll get fucking arrested. So if Dr. No wants to get arrested let him get arrested. I don't care.
He didn't say nothing about open carry. He said carry.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, don't conceal carry, where legal if you don't have a permit. That's the point.
I agree.
So, that's my thing on it. And eventually, I will get the permit. So don't worry about that. But right now, I don't feel, so threatened and cornered that I have to go out and get the permit this second with money I don't have.
I didn't feel any threat either, to be honest with you. But I saw the way to get my right to carry faster than trying to do it legislatively. And that's the only reason I did it.
Right.
I have no fucking need to carry a handgun in my day-to-day routine. None whatsoever.
Neither do I. But I recognize the importance and the need that a lot of people have for it and why it's there. I understand that, and I fully support that. But at my point in time, I can't do that. I just don't have the necessary funds to go and take the courses and pay the government of South Carolina for that.
That's why you need to work with your old man on your taxes.
Oh, I know, but last time I tried to do that, I ended up owing the government money, even though I hardly made enough to file in the first place. So,
the only thing I figure to gain out of this whole deal is the fact that I'm carrying around one gun that's been out and about in public for over a year now that hasn't shot a single fucking soul.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a concealed carry gun. I don't have one that's small or compact that's easily concealable. All the pistols, handguns I have, aside from that pocket revolver, are all they're all full size. Because I only have 2 handguns. I've only got a Beretta 92S and I've got a 1911. So
there's dudes packing 1911s every day.
Oh, I know. I just wonder where the hell I'm going to put it. I mean, I'd have to buy a holster specifically made for me by Nathan.
I'm telling you, I fully intend to carry a Glock 34 appendix.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it all the time because I have the Sigma. But I'm buying the gun with the plan to carry it. At least some of them.
Well, Angry, that's another thing. I've been talking to Nathan, and Nathan is going to try and figure out how he is designing a shoulder holster, and he's also designing a double shoulder holster. You know, the dual, because at that point I'll just carry both of my 92s instead of my 1911. And
I'll tell you what. I'll give you a tip here right now.
Yeah.
This is nothing against Nathan, but you can go on Walmart.com and look up double shoulder holster rig, and you can buy a cheap ass one for less than $20.
Oh, I know that. I just want something that's gonna last, not something that's gonna fall apart within like a month.
I've had them for over a year.
Okay, well,
I don't use them. I use the holsters out of them, but I don't use the whole rig. But hell, it's.
I just want leather. I don't want plastic or fake nylon or whatever.
You can have both. I mean, for less than $20.
Right. So.
It isn't like you're plunking down a fucking fortune. And I'm thinking it was like $15 that I paid for these shipped.
Shit.
Yeah, they were cheap as hell is why I bought them.
We may have to go on to Walmart.com and you may have to point out for me. Point out to the one I should get.
I can. Well, you'll have to find one that fits your gun because I went to a set that fit the Sigma. Fits
right.
The compact.
Right. Mine are full size, so I'd have to get ones that support 5-inch full size guns.
How much gut do you got?
Oh, a double beer gut.
Will that 5-inch face forward and still be hidden by the gut?
No.
See, that's the problem I got. I don't have near enough gut to hide the Sigma. That's why I'm not using the shoulder. Now you can turn them and make them carry downward, and hide them that way. But I don't like trying to pull them out that way.
Right. So, is there any other news we can talk about?
And all this fucking woman's bullshit.
Oh, you mean the protesters?
Yes.
It's funny. Michelle Obama was trying to get people to get out and walk and whatnot with her whole, Americans stay healthy thing. But the thing is, Donald Trump's actually got millions of fat American women to get out there and march against him.
Hey. Hang on, Steve Johnson just posted a link.
Oh, what's he for?
Beretta shoulder holster from Walmart.
It might actually fit.
It says it's for a 92 FS.
Yeah, but I have a 92S. So, and it probably, the issue is the only difference between the 92S and the FS is the FS has that weird U-shaped trigger guard, whereas the 92S has the original Beretta 92 trigger guard, where it's rounded.
It also fits A1, 96 A1, M9, and M9 A1.
It's probably just generic. So, yeah.
I don't know. I can't open them while I'm doing this, so.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It looks all right. So, that might be one thing to bookmark. What's it called? The King holster, tactical shoulder holster from Beretta.
The cost?
$23.45.
That's cheap.
Yeah.
And they're that web nylon shit. I mean, they're tough as hell. The straps and shit are. They're still the cloth holsters like Uncle Mike's or something.
Yeah. Once I do get a CCW, then I'll look at getting one of those.
But I really wanted to carry my dual Ruger 95s in a dual shoulder rig. That was my whole damn plan to start with. And they're too big. I couldn't do it.
The shoulder holster?
Yeah. I mean, I could not fit them, even having them butt up like I wanted them. they're too damn big because I lost so much friggin' weight. They just really stick out.
Right.
Well, now, if we keep down the path we've been going down, you may be locked up as a terrorist just for listening to this show.
Wait, what? With who's president? Are you sure?
Well, not now with Trump as president. I'm going to send him a link to the show.
I don't think we're going to get Trump on here. Not President Trump on here. Not that I wouldn't love to, hear some of his ideas that he has for the country, but other than that,
I don't want to get him on here so much as just to have him listen.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll remember some of these great ideas.
Well, that's certainly possible. I mean, he does like using the internet a bit.
Angry posted that link to CBS News. I ain't listening to CBS fucking news anymore.
Yeah, forget CBS.
It was god-awful anti-Trump Friday, Saturday, and this morning. I don't use Twitter. I got enough with just keeping up with this shit on Facebook.
Yeah, just tweet him. He's on Twitter all day. Is that new presidential phone of his, does it connect to Twitter now? Because I
can help it.
Right. Yeah, but
it's probably ready to give him a freaking jolt of electricity in the hand once he tries to log into Twitter.
But for those of you listening out there, what we were talking about earlier, we were just spitballing, just talking about topics here and there, and I didn't mean to get to depress anybody or sound like a downer or anything about concealed carrying or whatnot. So please do not take any offense. But even if you did, then well, that's your own fucking problem. I don't care.
Look, the simple fact is some people, and it may be myself and Nightstrike included, cannot afford to outlay extra money at this time. Fortunately, I happened to get a windfall of taxes last year, which is how I afforded to do it. Well, I'm telling you, bilk the fucking government. It's still Obama's tax laws until Trump changes it. Get anything you fucking can. I'd yell at you. Fuck you, Smeggy. You don't like it?
Jimmy would never yell at us. Well, I'm not Jimmy. I'm not Jimmy. I'm Nightstrike. I'm taking over for Jimmy this week. So
that's why Jimmy has me.
And that's why he has Tony, because Tony will just go and yell at you. No, I was talking to Jimmy last night, Tony, and I told him you're like Jeff Dunham's Walter, only you're less funny and more crotchety.
I'm telling you, I'm one of the two old dudes off of Sesame Street that sit up in the balcony.
Oh man, that's the Muppet Show.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyways, but yeah.
Well, Dad got a fucking job, so he's the only one of us that's evidently able to get one. So
yeah, we'll figure that one out.
Technically, I have a job,
but you're also technically old enough to retire too, aren't you?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I'm arguing with Social Security right now because I'm absolutely disabled. All my fucking doctors tell me I am. And they're saying, "Now you're perfectly able to work as long as you can think, move one hand. Get out of your fucking mind." I know people that got freaking disability because of job stress, for Christ's sake.
I hate to say it, but you know what you need?
I need to be a woman in black.
Besides that.
Maybe come across the border illegally.
Besides that, do you know what you need?
No.
You need a disability lawyer. You need a lawyer. Go ahead.
If I get turned down this time, which will be the third time I'm going to a lawyer, I'm going to sue them for back disability all the way to 2013. Plus, I'm going to sue them for risking my fucking life by having their cardiac doctor tell me I was perfectly fit to work. And then when I went to work, within 2 months, I had a fucking heart attack.
Yeah, there are lawyers specifically for disability, so you really should check into that.
I know it, and last time I should have my ass kicked for not doing it then. But when they said I was able to go to work and my doctor said, okay, we'll release you then, I was happy to go back to work. I would rather work because, frankly, I make more money than I will on disability by a fair margin if I can work. But I was only able to work an hour or two a day before I was so fucking exhausted I couldn't move. And my cardiologist said, well, that's kind of a dead giveaway that your heart ain't working right. Okay?
Yeah. Anyways, that sucks, Tony. That really sucks. So let's get off of that depressing topic. What time is it? It's 9:51. Trying to load up my notes. All right. I'm going to plug gun channels. So gunchannels.com. If you're listening to this and you're not a member, what the hell are you waiting for? Go over to gunchannels.com and sign up, become a member. It's free. If you want to help out and help us, keep the hamsters running to pay the bills, go ahead and you can sign up for a paid subscription, but you don't have to. You can have a paid membership, but you don't have to because, well, that's America. Anyways, go to gunchannels.com. We have a trading post. We have chats. We have lobbies almost 24/7. So come to Gun Channels, join, strike up a conversation with us, hang out.
Fuck, you can host your own damn show if you want to.
You could. You very well could. All it takes is a little elbow grease and maybe a YouTube account.
And the ability to talk a lot.
Or at least the ability to hold a conversation. Anyways, but gunchannels.com. All right. You want to just get into the next hour, or do you want to?
I do not give a shit. I'm waiting here until after 9 Central Time to start looking at the gun-specific news sites to see if anything's come up.
Yeah, we're still kind of waiting on the news because a lot of stuff has been slow this weekend. I don't know if anybody's seen that just because of the inauguration, and I guess nothing interesting short of what went on with SHOT Show last week has actually happened over the weekend. So we're just kind of waiting.
The thing is that some of the gun feeds that I monitor don't do anything over the weekends.
Same here.
They cut down on Friday at whenever the hell they do cut down Friday, so they'll be back on Monday.
All right,
they're never back on Monday when I start the show, so hopefully at 9 they'll start.
Just to spitball with you, what gun related news sites do you go to?
I go to the gun feed, guns.com, and I also hit a couple of the NRILA stuff. Look at that. And there's a couple others that I stumble across once in a while that I can't remember.
Yeah. Okay.
Mostly the gun feed and guns.com.
Yeah.
I use NRA.
Okay. I use a combination of those two, but I use primarily guns.com, thetruthaboutguns.com, NRA, ILA, and then I also use check Bearing Arms.
See, the truthaboutguns.com is too much shit goes on that hogs resources when I try to load them. So I can't do that one while I'm on the show.
Right. I can. So
the one, well, see, I'm running at 128, whatever fucking phone modem speed is.
I got you. I got you. So it's you're limited by your equipment.
Right.
So well, I'm not saying there's any there's anything wrong with that other than the fact that it's slow. I mean, and you said it yourself before. So, but yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
That's why I check it for you just so that we're on the same page. But
I usually start hitting the two sites about 7:00 in the morning, but I can tell right away if they're the same thing that I looked at Saturday. So,
all right, guys, those of you listening out there, either on the YouTube side or on the Gun Channel side, why don't we do this? Why don't we do a little interactive thing? Since me and Tony have stated the places we usually go to for news, why don't you guys go ahead and tell us what news sites you guys use, and we'll kind of spitball from there.
yeah, we talked about that 7th Circuit Court thing from Chicago Friday.
Yeah, we talked about that Friday. Yeah,
where they said they couldn't bar gun ranges, and they also could not put an age restriction on people entering gun ranges. All baby steps, but good for Illinois. Well, there's a possible budget vote this week. I hope they get this fucking budget resolved here in Illinois.
Okay. On the YouTube side, some of the guys are saying one of the guys gets his news from Infowars.com. I'm not sure how great that is, because Infowars, sometimes they're right and sometimes they're not right. Though I would say the Infowars is probably much better than any of the local news or TV station news places themselves. Some people go. They check out the the Firearms Policy Coalition for news. With Craig, and apparently one of the guys gets his news from Never Enough Ammo. Well, okay. If you want to get your news from him, good luck.
Yeah, if you was following his, you'd already be had sold all your guns and prepped for Hillary.
Yeah. So on the gun channels front, some people are saying they get news off of Facebook because there's still a few Second Amendment groups that haven't been banned yet there. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. A good place for news and controversial gun topics is this awesome podcast called Hit or Miss every Tuesday nights at 9:00. Check them out here on Gun Channels. Sorry about that.
Once a week is not quite expedient enough.
No, it isn't. So that we may have to think about doing it maybe twice a week. Who knows? But remember, you've got Matt like Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I honestly quit listening to Matt because it's just too fucking depressing. I'm serious. I mean, God, back in the summer, I just said I can't do this no more. I'm in Yankee both.
I've listened to Yankee, and the problem I have with Yankee is I don't know if some people have noticed. While yes, he's still a Second Amendment proponent, the fact is Yankee's views have actually gone further left of center than he is more willing to admit. He's gone further left than he was originally.
He's showing more probably.
I know he's probably just showing more, but some of the topics he chooses and some of his stances on these topics have gone slightly further left than you would assume he is. They're way for, so anyways, that's just my opinion. So I don't normally watch Yankee much anymore just because of that, because there's already so much liberal bullshit I can take that I see on TV and just in the news in general. I mean, I know he is a proponent for the Second Amendment, and thank you, Yankee, for being a proponent of the Second Amendment, but I just can't watch him too much anymore.
Well, I'll give him that. Proponent for Second Amendment while being liberal on a lot of other things, which shows that the two can coincide.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not mutually exclusive, so gotta give him props for that. All right, it's time to make coffee. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
All right. But yeah, that's just my thing. So I get my news just literally from those websites, and just I do watch Fox News, and I know it's Fox News, but I watch them just to see what's going on with Trump and whatnot right now. But yes, angry. I blame them too. Angry American on Gun Channels said, I blame the midget hookers for Yankee being so far left. And I would tend to agree. They have skewed views. Oh, man. Oh, he meant to call them escorts, not hookers. But, anyways. Okay, Yankee. That's enough. That's enough of the Yankee stuff. Angry. That's enough of it. We're gonna nip that right there in the bud. Anyways, I hope Tony gets back with coffee soon, so we can start talking about the important stuff. What else is going on? Still not much going on right now. There's the link out there if anyone wants to jump in and, take part of the conversation. Everyone is welcome. So, oh man. Let's see. Come on, give me some news. There really isn't anything going on. That's depressing. Let's check the sites again. Maybe they'll update now. Okay, here's something interesting. Apparently, suppressor makers warn of possible shortage if Hearing Protection Act passes. There's the bill HR 367 introduced earlier this month, quickly followed by the companion bill S59 in the Senate. The House measure has picked up 69 co-sponsors from 29 states, including Texas Democrat Gene Green since introduction, which is odd since he's a Democrat. Anyways, so
So what?
apparently they're saying that if the silencers are taking off of the NFA because of the Hearing Protection Act, it would mean that they don't have enough stock in place to cover selling to everyone.
That means more jobs.
It means more jobs, and that also means you don't have to file what is it, a manufacturer form to just make your own silencer. You can just go make your own silencer and be done with it.
Maybe, maybe not. They say they're going to be treated like long guns, and you can't build guns without a license.
Not true. 80%. %, receivers.
But you can't build that to sell it.
Well, who says you wanted to sell it in the first place? Which is my point. I'd rather just make one to have one and not sell it ever and just keep it. Should be nothing wrong with that, right?
As far as I know, no.
Yeah, so
shouldn't be nothing wrong with it now.
Unfortunately, now I have to pay. If I make my own, I have to pay. Well, I can't make it right away. I'd have to pay a $200 tax stamp, file the paperwork, and then once I get the approval, I can go and make it. But I cannot make it prior. So that's the only.
You can buy suppressor kits, quote unquote, on Amazon right now.
Yeah. So that is an interesting question. Would we get 80% suppressor kits? I would hope so. If they weren't out there, after the Hearing Protection Act gets enacted, if they're not out there, I would go ahead and make a company that just specifically sells 80% suppressor kits, just so that I can make a few dollars and help a couple people out. But granted, there are pitfalls to that, but the issue is, if there isn't one, there should be.
I mean, you can go right on Amazon right now and buy this shit to make one out of mag light tube.
And apparently, Mattis celebrated his first day on the job by blowing up ISIS 31 times. Angry, do we have a source for that? Because if we had a source for that, I would love to read that. Okay, Angry's going to look up the source for that so we can, get a better report on that. I would like to see that.
Only downside to getting that last cup out of a percolator is there's lots of the coffee grounds in it.
Well, that's why you'd use a filter, right?
No, hell with that.
Not going to do that?
No. Piss, no. I boil my coffee back good. It just lifts the lid right off the top of it.
All right. Oh, here it is.
I got to look at this one myself. Maybe. Okay, maybe I don't.
I'm reading it right now. Nice.
I'm telling you, man, from what I gather from comments from Trump in the past, he's in favor of wiping them off the map and taking the oil.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not against that either.
I'm not either. Be fair, give them a little warning. You got 3 days, we're coming in here and killing everything left.
Yeah. We do need to have better policies on how we go about things militarily. Hopefully Mattis will be able to, put our people in the right direction.
Well, I would imagine that any of our past generals could have done it had they had a president that would have backed them to do it. You thought we were going to do what the first time, Steve?
That we were going to take the oil. Yeah, I thought we did that the first time too, but apparently no, we didn't, because Obama said that kind of thing wasn't, becoming of Americans. Yet all these riots are certainly becoming of Americans, right? Right? No, they aren't. Ugh. So let's see if there's anything else out there. I saw this one. If you can't load that, that's fine. Okay, apparently California gun sales topped 1 million ahead of the bullet button ban. Reading it right now. I'm going to read the article. In July, state lawmakers passed legislation outlawing rifles equipped with bullet buttons that allow for fast reloading. No, they don't. The ban did not take effect until January, ahead of that day, which has now come to pass. Golden State gun buyers bought guns, a lot of them. California gun sales rose by 50% in 2016 as residents rushed to buy the bullet buttons rifles before they were labeled legal assault weapons under the January 1st ban. Gun dealers processed 1,331,322 gun sales last year, up by 450,000 from 2015. That's the equivalent of one gun sold for every 30 California residents. What I want to know is where the fuck all those Californians were when they had that petition to go against gunpocalypse. So you'll get out of bed to go and buy a fucking rifle, but you won't get out of bed to sign a simple petition to try and combat all of those gunpocalypse laws. What the fuck?
Well, you listen to everybody, they say it's, 1% of the people that are buying all them guns.
Right. Anyways, last year marked the first time that more than 1 million guns were sold in California in a single year. Long gun sales accounted for the bulk of the rise. Sales doubled from 2015 to almost 760,000. And handgun sales continued what was nearly been unbroken rise over the decade. Sales rose 18% from 2015 to about 573,000. All right. No surprise there. The firearm sales surge whenever gun rights are threatened, which begs the question, what will happen to sales now that gun rights are perceived as safe? I wouldn't say they're safe, at least not certainly in California.
Well, no, because there's all kinds of state legislatures that want to fuck their citizens.
Yeah.
But on this, if you read the Supreme Court thing on California's Ninth Circuit Court, you can almost read into it that it's going to lead to national constitutional carry.
Oh, God, I hope so.
Because they're saying that the Second Amendment if they side with what I read, they're saying that the Second Amendment does not limit you to having and carrying a gun in your home. You can carry it out and about. And if they rule that's a Second Amendment right, then
there's precedence. It's caution. All they do is have to sign a bill saying, yeah, there is constitutional carry. It says it in the Constitution, so all they would need to do is just pass a law saying it's legal.
They don't need to do that. The Supreme Court says that the Constitution says that.
Oh, that's right. If the Supreme Court rules on it, but the issue is the individual state has their own laws too. So you need to get those states to still have their laws that say open carry is legal.
The Supreme Court's decision would nullify those laws because that's how we got concealed carry here.
Okay. Well, then I guess that's how it would. All right, I'm going to read the rest of this, and I know, fuck California, but SHOT Show attendees talked about the current level of gun sales being the new normal. The theory, millions of new shooters joined the fold during the Obama years. They're here to stay. Yes, but what kind of shooters are they? One gun and done, self-defense buyers, or newbies turning enthusiasts who will look to expand their collection? And what of the hundreds of millions of Americans who don't own any guns? Will relatively hassle-free silencer sales stimulate the forecasted flood of newbies?
No.
It's anybody's guess at this point.
They're absolutely asinine if they think gun sales are going to continue now at the rate they were last year.
Yeah, especially in California. I mean, probably not. I think gun sales will probably be a little lax this year because we don't have someone trying to ban them outright, in the presidency. At the same time, if the Hearing Protection Act passes, then I foresee lots of gun. I see at least the same rate that we had last year happening again this year, if only for the fact that we have suppressors now. Because people will actually go out and buy more guns and stimulate the economy because, they can buy a suppressor without having to pay a $200 tax stamp. So they can just go and buy it and then take it home. And then they decide, well, they don't want it on the gun they have, so they'll go out and get another gun specifically for that suppressor. At least that's my opinion. Granted, I could be completely wrong and off the wall. You know what? I'll be the first one to say, yeah, I was wrong. But that's what I believe. I think things will be pretty good. But at the same time, you might not. What do you think, Tony?
I don't think it's going to make much difference. I mean, to get a newbie into guns, if they're interested in guns, the boom ain't going to be a problem until after they bought a gun. I have yet to see anybody that would avoid owning a gun if they liked them just because it's loud. Because there are, 22 long rifle isn't that loud. Pretty good in a pistol, but, so there's options there for shooters to shoot guns if they want to without buying a silencer. So I don't really see the silencer making any difference. If they treat silencers like guns, long guns as counting, then it's going to be huge because I think silencers are going to sell well.
Yeah,
I look at a lot of gun manufacturers offering silencers on their guns.
Yeah,
and those guys will probably sell well.
There may be packages. You're right. And that would definitely help. I would say, again, my personal opinion, I would say that, if the Hearing Protection Act does happen, either if they regulate it as a firearm or if they just regulate it as just an accessory, then, yeah, people are going to be buying probably the same amount as they've been buying last year, just specifically because they want something to go along with what they bought. And that happens all the time.
Let's be honest here. Suppressors are going to really come into their own on indoor ranges mostly. because the noise isn't near as bad, especially if you're not on a public range. If you're out shooting for yourself, do you really give a shit if the gun's loud or not?
I don't.
But we're not going to be able to use them for hunting the way our law is written. So our law is written in such a way that it's only allowed for range use, which is why I wholeheartedly oppose the Illinois version of the Hearing Protection Act, because it's bullshit. And it also allows them to take your fucking gun rights without due process.
And yeah, angry. I do agree that everyone is going to start scrambling to come up with integrated silencer firearms. I think that would become more of a thing if the Hearing Protection Act was enacted, because while the Maxim 9 is nice, but I wouldn't mind seeing what other people can do, with the same technology. I mean,
who in a competitive gun market wants to instantly add $200 to the cost of their gun?
Yeah, that's my.
Right now, that's what it is. Plus the cost of the suppressor, silencer, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. So if they take silencers off the Hearing Protection Act, then yes, those type of firearms where they have the integrated silencer or suppressor with the firearm, as part of it, then yeah, it will. Those type of firearms will be more viable and will be more of a thing. But right now, no one wants to pay an additional $200.
I'd spend money to rebarrel my Sigma to have a threaded barrel.
So, those type of firearms will become more of a thing if the Hearing Protection Act is enacted. Plain and simple.
Ruger's already jumping on the integrated bandwagon.
Oh yeah, a lot of people, a lot of companies are starting to try the integrated route. But the issue is, they're not going to have enough sales or as many sales as they want unless it's enacted. So either they know something we don't, or they are very confident that the Hearing Protection Act will be enacted.
Angry says, can you imagine Palmetto State selling suppressed uppers? Absolutely, I can imagine it. Just the minute that this freaking law passes and that they're no longer on the NFA, subject to that freaking tax. Hell yes.
I don't need to imagine it, Angry. I live in the Palmetto State. So I don't need to imagine it.
To be absolutely honest, as soon as they pass that act, I am going to make a silencer because I have already designed one, and I intend to make them for sale the minute I can.
You aren't the only one.
And if I have done my math and such correctly, mine will be pretty damn near actual silencers.
And Angry, I would go right there to that location and get one if that happened. I'd walk in those front doors. I would go down there to the front desk where they had all the guns and accessories that are expensive behind glass and say, I want that thing right there underneath the glass. Shut up and take my money.
I've been thinking about this for quite some time, actually.
Because at Palmetto State Armory, they have, they have a glass counter, and then behind a glass counter, they have uppers hanging on the wall, but they also have uppers underneath the glass, at the counter. So you can see some there, and you can see some on the wall. Granted, they always go to the back room because they pull all that stock because they literally have rooms full of just uppers at that location. So what they do is they just go back, get a box, and hand you a box and say, go take that to the front registers up front, and you're good. So you know.
Oh, quit fucking bragging that you live next door to Palmetto State Armory.
I also just posted my Instagram photo of the building I go to. And I'm not bragging so much as I'm, saying that I love going to PSA.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it'd be great if we got suppressors. I'm not arguing that at all. All right, so it's almost 10:30, so I figured we might as well go ahead and talk about this because Jimmy's been kicking around this idea of instead of just doing a gun book and a gun movie, but also doing a gun series. Showcasing a series that has guns and going over the guns that were in that series and whatnot, like we do with the gun movies. So, I'm pretty sure this was inspired by you, Tony, when you were watching it, the other week.
Well, I guess it was inspired by me. It was freaking suggested by me.
Right. So, Jimmy hadn't decided whether or not he was going to do it, but the issue is we usually have a whole hour or more of just dead silence. Well, not silence, but of just open topics. And while I would love for more people to jump in and talk and, carry on the conversation, I figure it might be nice to take a couple minutes to talk about some of these series and the guns that are in these series. So why don't we go over one of those? Why don't we go over one? Let's see how this
Some
goes.
of them contain way more guns than you realize.
Exactly. So I'm going to screen share. This week we are going over the X-Files Season 1. We're going to go over the guns that are in the X-Files. So let's see. What's the first one? Okay. First one is Matt's favorite, the Taurus PT92. And that one looks like it's an AF model. So it's the PT92 AF.
Can you post me a link for that in the side chat?
Oh, yes, no problem. And I will post the link on Gun Channels if you guys want to follow along.
Well, either one's fine by me.
I'm doing due diligence. Anyways, so there we are, the PT92. And he's using that. They're using that because they figure no one's going to know the difference between a PT92 and a Beretta 92 FS, which that they are right for the regular layman, but for us gun guys, we know the difference.
Well, I honestly think that they use that as opposed to the real Beretta because of money on the pilot. And once they had the show locked in, they already had the damn thing. So right. I assume that there was some letter writing in amongst season 1 and 2 because there was changes made throughout the series over the course of several series.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then there's the Glock 19. Everybody loves the Glock.
Wait a second here. That gun has the freaking safety on the receiver.
Yeah, the PT92. Are you talking about the 92s?
Yeah. I thought they were on the slide on those.
No. The PT92, the safety is on the frame like the old original Model 92 Beretta. Because the original Beretta Model 92 used the frame safety. The PT92s basically use the same tooling to make that variant because that's when they bought the factory. Taurus bought the factory from Beretta.
Okay. For some reason, I thought that it was on the freaking slide of those.
No, that's only the 92 FS, the 92S, FS, SB, F, and M9 models.
Shows you how much attention to guns and shows and stuff.
Well, it's Taurus, so I'm not going to hold it against you.
None before we started doing this shit on the show.
Yeah. And here is the Glock 19. Apparently, it's a second-gen Glock 19 9mm. Not a fan of the Glock 19. More of a fan of the 17. Not that I'm a real fan of the Glocks altogether in the first place, but for sake of argument, I'm just going to say that my favorite is the 17, which it is.
Mine's 34. Or
But,
17L. Oh, that one too.
Yeah, 17L I can agree with.
I absolutely am not a Glock fanboy. I'll say that up front because I think Glock's one of the uglier fucking guns this side of a high point there is.
And
However,
then there's the grip.
They work.
Oh, yeah, they work remarkably well. I'm not saying that they're unreliable guns or anything. I just don't like how they look because, good Lord, man, it looks like something that came out of a crayon box.
Which is why the Glock 19 is what I normally suggest for the newbie. Simple, and it works.
Yeah. Anyways, not a Glock fan, but if I had to own one, I'd want a 17 because that's the one Glock I do like. Anyways, what other guns we got?
Most likely the only Glock I'm going to buy is going to be the long barrel target version because I want one of those. But I carry a clone of a 19.
A Bernadelli Model 60? Really? 32 ACP?
Yep.
Wow.
That's Scully's gun.
Is that a copy of like the PPK?
That way. Like I said, I think that a lot of this was cost
saving where they could.
Cost savings were when they was making the pilot. And besides, hell, the producers and directors of these things probably are not generally known as gun people anyway. I don't give a fuck. Until the letters from the audience start rolling and say, hey, what the fuck's the matter with you? The CIA and FBI don't use those.
Yeah. And there's the Mannerheim PPK. Now, is a French clone of the German Walther PPK. All right. We got French guns in here now. And when I said all right, not at all. Not a fan of French guns. But it happens.
That's kind of cute that the slide extension matches the grip.
Yeah.
Get in that picture, that's not a bad looking gun.
It's not. I mean, it's just not, but not a fan of it.
It looks remarkably like my freaking Phoenix.
There we go. Now we're getting to the meat and potatoes. The 1911 A1.
Yeah, that's what.
One of the best pistols ever. By John Moses Browning himself.
Skinner carried it in 1911. Ooh, Remington Rand manufactured satin nickel 1911 pistol. Yeehaw.
Well, that's a Remington Rand?
Yeah.
All right. All right, what else? There's another version of it. There we go. There we go. We've got an actual Beretta now.
Yeah, it was
Beretta 92 FF. What do you mean it was a mistake?
It says it is seen briefly in the evidence bag on the series show Ice, episode Ice, series 1, episode 7. which is a continuity error as the pistol was previously a Taurus PT-92.
Right. But they could have played that off as they were that the PT-92 was an original Beretta 92. So,
I think they play it off as not giving a shit.
I think so too. Then there's the 92F.
Wreck Miami 92F, manufactured by Umarex.
Yeah. Well, remember, the only difference between the 92F and the FS is you see right here where it's a little more beefy here, and you could see the oversized hammer pin right there, right along in that crevice. The 92F does not have it in that crevice because it does not have an oversized hammer pin. There's a little notch on the end of the slide on the 92FS that rides on the hammer pin that's right in that crevice. So that's the differences between the two. I just figured I'd mention it just so people would understand what the reasoning was for having two different models that looked exactly the same. There's different parts in them. So. All right, let's see. There you go. The Smith & Wesson 3904. You ever use one of those, Tony?
Nope.
All right.
I haven't used a shitload of automatic handguns, semi-auto handguns.
All right. It's too bad Sean's not here. It's the Cheetah. Another good Beretta. Let's see. Yeah, it's an 80 series. I don't know which one they used.
84.
84. They used an 84. All right.
Earlier version with round trigger guard. At least in one of the episodes, they specifically single that out. So. Oh.
All right, we're going to finish this and move on. So, there we go. The Desert Eagle. Oh, that's a Mark 1 and 357. Wow. I guess he was just too much of a wimp for 50 AE. And then there's just a normal stainless auto pistol, semi-auto pistol. I think it's an early model Smith & Wesson 5906.
Huh. Oh, there's some revolvers.
Oh, there's revolvers. All right, the Taurus Model 66. Now, Matt will be happy that there's Taurus. Never enough Taurus.
Well, Taurus is a big gun.
Oh, I know. This is the Ruger Speed 6 snub in 357. Magnum, not SIG.
God damn. That's another gun I really wouldn't want to shoot much.
What, the 357 Magnum?
In a snub. Of course, that's 2 3/4 inch barrel. That ain't.
And then there's
quite like.
Go on.
Ain't quite like one with an 1.5 inch barrel. Oh.
Yep. And then there's the one gun that people won't shut up about because they stopped making them. The Colt Python.
It is the one gun that falls into the category of mass-produced art.
Mass-produced art, but oddly enough, they didn't make enough of them. That's why so many people want one.
Now, I'm with others on this one. So many people want one because of fucking Walking Dead.
All right, I'll give you that one. I don't want one just because of the fact is, they cost so much.
I would like to have one because I did all my qualifications with one. It's a freaking fantastic weapon.
I'm not saying it's a bad gun. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to pay the price tag for them right now.
Well, I won't pay the price tag for it.
I mean, if I was going to get a revolver and say either 357 or larger, I would go and just get I would get a Taurus in 454 Casull.
Actually, I'm leaning towards getting Ruger Red Hawk, Super Red Hawk, actually, in 44 Magnum.
Speaking of the Ruger series, check this out. A Ruger Blackhawk in 44 Magnum.
I would do a Blackhawk, but
unknown revolver wielded by a New Jersey state trooper near the beginning of the Jersey Devil. I think that's the one right here.
My pictures don't pop up on these, so I can't see what they are.
Or it's right here. Yeah, it looks like I don't know.
Given a half hour, I'll get it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Submachine guns. Heckler & Koch MP5A3 with collapsible stock. All right. We're getting the submachine guns now.
But in actuality, they are actually Tokyo Marui spring-powered airsoft guns.
Marui. Anyways, there's also the Heckler & Koch MP5K and MP5KN. And there's also a mocked-up Kimmel AP9.
Because the armorers in British Columbia did not have genuine MP5Ks during the 1990s.
Because of the assault weapons bans.
That doesn't surprise me.
There's the M91S. Haven't seen that one in a long while.
It says that the X-Files is notable as one of the earliest on-screen appearances of these weapons.
The M91S?
That's what it's saying, yeah.
Huh. It looks really simple. I mean, I don't see why. Because to me, the M91S just looks like it's, just stamped submachine gun. So, all right, we're getting to the nitty-gritty. Assault rifles and carbines. The Colt Model 715. Apparently the one shown here is an Olympic Arms K4B. Looks like it's standard M16 rifle length, though. Yep. It's not a bad firearm, I'll tell you that. I'm looking at probably making another full-length AR-15 in the future. So, but the issue is I'm trying to find an A1 upper, and they're a pain in the ass to try and find right now. Because I've got A1 handguards, and I have an A1 buttstock. So, I'm also getting an A1 pistol grip.
If ever I get an M6 or an AR, that's what I want. I want a copy of the M16 early version.
The thing is, I'm just going to buy I'm not going to buy that Colt. No.
Yeah, hey, Smegs, you can spend $2,500 for that instead, and you tell me how that works out. But I'm gonna build mine by myself, and that'll probably cost me probably about $900, depending on how I do it. But either way, here is the Colt Model 733. I guess this is the precursor to the M4 because this is like 95, so the M4 wasn't standardized yet. So I think what was the M4's designation? The Mark what? Let me look that up. The Mark 18, right? That was the original? No, that's not right. I guess it is. I don't know.
Holy shit.
Yeah. What's up?
I'm going down farther. We'll get to it in a few minutes.
Okay. Then there's the SP1, which that's pretty much an A1 right there. Well, no, that's like an A2. It's mocked up as an A2. But I'm going to look at that because look at the grip right there. That's got an A1 pistol grip. And they changed out the A1 handguards for A2 handguards. Anyways. Oh! The Muzzlelight MZ14 Bullpup. Look at that sucker. The Bullpup configuration for the Ruger Mini 14. All right. Rifles. The M1 Garand. Best rifle ever. Why would you do that to a Mauser? And there's a sporterized Mauser 98K, which I'm against sporterizing any military rifles, even if they're bolt actions. I don't like sporterizing. But the issue is these days, if you want to get an affordable rifle like that, you have to get a sporterized.
Well, you realize that the Mauser was actually a militarized sporting rifle, so there.
Which is funny. So they sporterized a military sporting rifle.
I'm just making that shit up, man. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm one that's into the sporterizing of Mausers.
All right. We got the Winchester Model 1894. I mean, we had the 94 as a, I guess, that gun the other day, didn't we? I believe we did.
Possibly.
94 is a good gun.
The 94 and the 92, but the 94 most notably is probably one of the most effective deer hunting guns ever made.
It's also one of the 94 is also one of the most recognized American lever action rifles to this day.
Winchester's fucking ignorant for what they did with those.
Yeah. The Remington 700 PSS. You've got one of those, right?
No, I don't own Remington bolt action gun.
Hmm.
The only Remington bolt action gun I would buy is something that's 25 years old or so, because the quality of some of these post takeover guns, and there's been a couple of them, just is suspect in my opinion. So I wouldn't buy anything that was made in the last, I'll say 20 years anyway. That's why I switched to Savage. I have a Remington 740, but that is a semi-automatic, and it's also from 1955 or 56.
All right. Okay, I seen you were talking about this one, weren't you?
Yes, I were.
The Ruger Super Red Hawk, mocked up to resemble the KAC revolver rifle. I mean, it's not a Model 29, but it'll do. The Super Red Hawk.
That's exactly my thought.
You know, if you can't get a Model 29, try and get a Super Red Hawk.
It's about 30 or 40% less money.
Yeah.
Oof. Maybe more than that. Because I haven't run across a 10-inch barrel version of the 29 yet. See how much they cost.
I didn't think that H&K did traditional rifles. But there it is. There's an HK 770.
Put that note in the back burner. That'll come in handy.
It looks like it's a semi-auto, not a bolt action, though.
Sean ain't listening, so.
All right.
Angry's here, so we can just exempt him.
Dano saying, how soon from now are you planning starting your chat? It's already going, Dano. But yeah, the 770, is that a bolt action or is that a semi-auto? What do you think?
I have no idea.
Because I've never seen a 770 myself. So, what's it say? Germany, Winchester 308 and 243 Winchester. 10-round detachable magazine. It's semi-automatic, so it's a semi-automatic rifle. But damn if it isn't pretty. I wouldn't mind having one. Not so keen on the 10-round magazines, but what the hell. All right, now we're into shotguns. Mossberg 500.
The Persuader.
Persuader. What do we got next? Come on, give us another one. Come on. All right, the Mossberg 500 AT. It's a good gun. Then there's the Mossberg 500 bullpup. How many 500s did they have? What, could they not afford an 870?
Don't know.
I don't know either. They probably just got whatever they could get, I guess.
I mean,
this was the mid-90s.
You think about the X-Files at the time, it was extremely different. So they were probably a little concerned about it surviving.
Then there's the Mossberg 500 Field. So what is this? I guess this is a Mossberg extravaganza.
Oh no, Maverick's coming up. Matt's favorite choice.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
You're right. So technically, it's a watered down Mossberg 500
also known as the Maverick Model 88. And this is the cruiser variant. So there you go.
It does get better.
I don't know if we can from here. Oh, finally, an 870. Oh, a Shorty Custom.
Remington 870 Police Magnum Riot Shotgun.
There we go. A side-by-side double-barrel shotgun. Commercial Stevens hammerless. 12 gauge. And here's an over-under barrel double-barrel shotgun. I've not had much experience with over-under shotguns. Have you?
Nope. I've only shot one. I didn't care for it. It just didn't line up good for me.
Yeah.
Much prefer side-by-sides.
Now we're into machine guns. The M60. Everyone's favorite. And I guess that's it for machine guns. So we're into other, and that's the Palmer Capture long range projector. This is a pellet rifle. And then there's the taser. Police photograph weapons. And that's it for season 1 of the X-Files. So we're probably going to do a different series tomorrow. But so far, that's the gun show of the day. X-Files season 1. So, well, not the gun show of the day, but the gun TV series of the day. Gun series of the day. There we go.
You need to take a look at the chat of what is being talked about in there, because they're
let me
conversation about the left wanting to take back the word safety.
Right. All right. Well, let me just do this. If you're listening out there and you're not a member of Gun Channels, come over to gunchannels.com, join us, and take part of the conversation. Let us know what you think. Tell us what you know, and help us out. Anyways, gunchannels.com. All right. Yes, I seen we started getting some news in. There's the whole patrolling. There's Texas, and then there's this gun safety thing. Police stop armed men patrolling Texas neighborhood after viral arrest. What's this about? Authorities in Texas stopped an armed patrol and a group of young boys Saturday who said that they were out to patrol the streets after a woman seen struggling during an arrest said she didn't feel safe in her neighborhood. According to Fox 4 News, the support for Jacqueline Craig in Fort Worth lasted about 20 minutes. Neighbors said the group had someone yell through a loudspeaker while others were screaming profanities. They said they were worried the march could have become violent. I didn't find anything alarming myself. I didn't find anything out of the norm. Police officers have guns, but they don't protect. Roderick Smith, a spokesman for Craig, told Fox 4 News. She said it meant a lot to have complete strangers come and try to protect her when the individuals that she pays, which is the Fort Worth Police Department, failed to do so. Fort Worth officer William Martin was captured on video wrestling Craig to the ground before arresting her and her 2 teenage daughters last month. Craig had been arguing with a man who she said had physically confronted her 7-year-old son for littering. In the video, Craig can be heard telling the officer that the man had grabbed and choked her son. Martin is seen engaging Craig in a conversation that quickly escalates. He asks why she hadn't taught her son not to litter. Craig says regardless of whether the boy littered, the man did not have the right to put his hands on him. The officer says, why not? Martin was suspended without pay for 2 weeks and is now preparing to return to the neighborhood on the same patrol. Smith told Fox 4 News he doesn't think the patrol would have happened if Martin hadn't been reassigned to the same neighborhood. Police stopped the armed patrol and asked them to put the weapons down. No arrests were made. Well, okay. That's the whole thing in Texas.
Let's just assume that they're out there carrying fucking ARs around, probably.
Which they're allowed to do that in Texas.
Being allowed to do something doesn't make it the smartest fucking move.
No, it's true. I'll agree with you on that.
That's one of the things that I harp on about open carry, man. If you're scaring people who are in the middle of the gun control debate, you're fucking hurting us more than you're helping.
Definitely. So, some other things came out. There was that thing about the NRA from the Washington Post. I don't know if you want to go over that or just what did they say?
Hell, I don't know. I ain't looked at it.
Oh yeah, they're harping on the Hearing Protection Act. Apparently, the Washington Post is against the Hearing Protection Act.
Oh, that's another one of them stupid. They can't hear the fucking shots things.
Yeah. I don't want to go over that. If someone wants to jump in and go over it, they can go ahead. But we've been talking about the Hearing Protection Act already this morning.
Basically, it's like the Chicago politician who said they wouldn't know when to fucking duck if you had silencers. It's fucking stupid people.
All right. Fight for common sense gun safety policies far from over. Apparently, the anti-gun groups are still, full on hardcore. Let's ban everything. Let's get rid of all guns in the United States because people don't need them, right?
Of course.
The world is the safest place in the universe. We don't have crime. People don't kill other people. Everything, is, happy, go sunshine, candy raining from the sky with teddy bears. Rainbows all the time, right? No, let's get fucking real. The world is an unsafe place. And if you're trying to take away people's protection because the police do not prevent crime. There is no law prevention. There's only cleanup after the fact. So
for all of you fuckers that live in the big cities that have mass transportation, how many of you cocksuckers own a car? You have no need for a fucking car because they have mass transportation. Now, here in rural America, I have to have a car because there's no mass transportation here. But it's the same damned argument.
I would even hazard a guess to say that some of these anti-gun people are too far removed from actual reality to even have a civilized conversation with. They are so set in their way and so blinded with blinders like, an old mule or horse that they can't see the tree in front of them.
I won't argue that.
Yeah, I know I'm making a generalization there, but the issue is these people, even when someone tries to have a civilized conversation with them about it and try and change their mind, they get all offended, start having a tantrum and then go on a rant about how all these things are evil and we don't need them. Well, I'll be honest. I think you're more evil than the tools and, I guess, in your words, weapons themselves, because you're the one trying to take away someone's only way of defending themselves. Because not everybody knows karate or martial arts. And martial arts can only help in certain situations. They can't help in every situation. And don't say, well, then they can have like a taser. Some states don't allow you to even own a fucking taser.
Nothing.
Some states also don't allow you to have pepper spray. So how the hell are you supposed to protect yourself without a firearm? You're not. You're not. Nothing. You just want everyone to be like Europe because you spent all your money going and traveling the world instead of actually seeing what's going on in the world right in front of you. So you see things in Europe and say, oh, Europe is so safe and whatnot. Europe is not any safer than here in the United States. The world is not a safe place. Get over yourself. Get over the fact that you're some trust fund kid that grew up all privileged, and start living the world as it is with the rest of us Americans who aren't so privileged to have money out the ass to burn.
Nothing on any list of alternative defense methods will protect you from a criminal with a gun like having a gun of your own. Nothing.
Right. Anyways, I don't want to read this article any more than I have to. So,
the Mark Kelly thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we would discuss that, we would need to go back and look at the Gifford shooting and see the circumstances on the kid that did it.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that it was already against the law for him to have a fucking gun, if I remember correctly.
All right. I'm going to go get some more coffee, Tony. Could you hold the fort down for me?
Sure.
Send the link out, get some more people in here so we can have more of a conversation than me ranting and you commenting on my rant. All right.
I'll be happy to if I can find a damn thing.
All right. I'll just post it out there again. Anyone who wants to come in and join us, please do so. We'd love to have you here on the Early Watch. So here's the link. I'm going to go get some coffee. Tony's going to hold down for it.
I have been saying for some months now that we need to take back the narrative. Thing is exactly what I'm talking about. We cannot relax just because we got who we wanted in the White House. I'm not sure what these utopian dreamers are thinking, but for some reason they're convinced that, one, they can get rid of all the guns. Two, getting rid of all the guns will mean getting rid of the guns that criminals have, and then they will never get no more. Notwithstanding the fact that there's freaking YouTube videos on how to make your own fucking gun with just a couple pieces of pipe. Oh yeah, I read that Mark Kelly thing earlier. It's just bullshit. And that's what, when somebody slanders things or lies about things, they should be fucking held accountable for that shit. When you put out inaccuracies or lies to further your own agenda, that should be a crime. And that goes for their side as well as our side. Granted, Trump would probably be busted, but hey. I mean, if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it fairly. The problem that I see with it is we know that they're lies, but the people that are in the middle of the whole thing, they won't do the research to find out if they're lies or not in many cases. So if we don't keep control of the narrative, we lose. We are goddamn lucky that the Democrats didn't field somebody like Joe Biden, because we'd have been in deep fucking shit. Because as many misstatements as the man makes, he's still likable. At least far more likable than Hillary Clinton was, or is. But I had brought up on the show about guarding our First Amendment rights, because when we allow them to take control of the narrative, we're losing our freedom of speech. Political correctness is an attack on freedom of speech. This is America. You should be able to say whatever the hell you want, and it doesn't matter if it's offensive to others. Should you say it? Not in mixed company, probably, but you're an American. You're free to say shit, as long as you don't do harm to somebody. So you can't commit libel or slander somebody. And that's where people like Kelly, who wrote all this fictitious shit in his article, should be hammered. They should prosecute these fuckers for libel. But I don't ever see that happening, because I think people are too afraid of going up against them in a First Amendment fight. And I may be more hard line on that than many people are too. So you have to take that with the grain of salt that it comes with, I suppose. But we really need to keep ahead of this conversation and stop answering. A lot of our conversation on this is answering shit that they're saying, and it shouldn't be. We should be out in front. And I don't know why people like the NRA don't see that shit. And they do a lot, but a lot of it is useless. I don't know who the hell's making all these decisions, but some of the stuff that the NRA puts out is fucking stupid. And you see it, like I'm a member of the NRA, and I get 2 of their magazines, one online and one actual physical magazine. And some of the stuff that they put out, while it is factual, it is also, what the hell's the word I want? Inconsequential. We're fighting for shit, little shit, when we should be fighting for big shit. And right, yeah, exactly. They do some good stuff, but they do a lot of useless stuff too. Exactly. And you see all these stupid ass things where we attack, or they attack, for misprints, and like they'll misprint a number or something and have the number wrong, or if they identify the gun as an AR-15 when it's that fucking SIG. That doesn't matter to the average person. When the average person that doesn't know guns looks at that fucking Orlando nightclub gun, they see an AR-15. So that argument is a fucking waste of time. It's ridiculous. Our argument on that one should have been, why the hell did the FBI not fucking see this dude as a problem when they had him under surveillance for however long it was? Same with the dude in the airport. You know, they're talking about the gun-free zone, which is a mistake. I think that they're wrong, but this dude was able to get a gun in a gun-free zone relatively easy. And he had been in custody for a mental evaluation. He had also been, or he had had his guns removed from his possession twice. And yet this still transpired. What the fuck went wrong? Hurry up, Nightstrike. I'm running out of shit to say. Jimmy, he's got a job, at least for this week. And Nightstrike evidently went to Brazil to get some coffee beans to make coffee, or Hawaii or somewhere. I just You're welcome, Dano. I don't particularly understand why that we've spent so much fucking time on little bitty tiny stupid inconsequential shit and answering their stuff as opposed to trying to put forth our stuff. And hopefully that can change, but I actually think they're going to come out much harder now that they realize that Hillary isn't going to be coronated. But as with all things, we really need to pick our battles and concentrate on what's important and leave the stupid shit alone.
All right, I'm back. What were you talking about?
Basically, the fact that the left is controlling the narrative.
As in the media? Are you talking as in the media or as in, just the overall?
Well, the media is where we see it, so it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, I suppose.
Right. Well, it happens. Everyone, those that are listening right now that do not understand why Nightstrike is hosting the early watch, it is because Jimmy is working the day shift this week, and he specifically asked me to take over for him this week because he's working with his brother-in-law on a project because his brother-in-law had work for him, and he's been out of work lately because of that situation he had before. I'm not going to talk about it because it's his thing, but he was in a situation with his previous employer, and he got shafted. So life happens. So he's working with his brother-in-law to pay the bills. Anyways, still got Tony here. So we're still able to keep this thing running. Thanks, Tony.
What? I went to get coffee.
That's perfect. That is the perfect response. I was thanking you for being here and helping me run this thing, and then you're off at coffee. It's like, what? I would do. That was perfect. So
you're welcome, whatever you said.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's throw this out there. Here's the link if anyone wants to join in on the early watch this morning. I kept the schedule today. We started around 9, and we're gonna try and run it until 3. But if things get slow, we may end it early. So I've already told Jimmy that. Jimmy understands, and it depends on whether Tony's going to go squirrel hunting today or not.
No, if I was going to go squirrel hunt, I'd be leaving already. It ain't that great of a day outside.
Well, it's not that great of a day here either because it's raining.
It ain't raining here, but it's pretty foggy.
And Robbie is saying out there the Anti's agenda is to sway the public's opinion, and that is why they repeat the same points over and over again. Basic sales technique 101. Yeah, but the problem is with the Antis, they don't come up with anything new. They only regurgitate the same thing over and over again. That's akin to propaganda, trying to control the populace. Something to think about.
But see, my big bitch is when we're going after him over stupid shit like that Orlando shooter's gun not being an AR-15. You know, the average non-gun person looking at that gun on TV is going to see an AR-15, irregardless of what the fucking thing is. And for us to call them on stupid shit like that is ridiculous.
No, it isn't. It isn't. It is ridiculous that we're calling them on it, but it isn't ridiculous that they don't have all the details. And this is one situation where, yeah, it's not actually an AR-15. It's a knockoff from another company, and it's gas piston. So technically, we are right. It's not an actual AR-15. It's a direct impingement. It's gas piston. But we're making them give us specifics instead of just the same old. Yeah, it's not. It was an AR-15, and he did all this thing. He's a horrible person, and yada yada yada. He's also a registered Democrat that has ties to ISIS. Who knew?
Well, there's things we could harp on that are more important. Because like I said, the average Judson out there sitting in his freaking footy robe watching TV is going to look at that thing and say, okay, it's an AR-15. Looks like one.
Yeah, I personally would rather have specifics, to be honest. So
it's not you we're trying to convince.
Oh,
That's
I know.
The whole damn point.
I understand that. Yeah, they could have used that energy on something else, like telling us what's going on in the world, because newsflash, we're not the only country in the world. I know it's amazing. It's news. We aren't the only country in the world, and sometimes it's nice to hear about what's going on outside of our country because it's relevant. Because it's happening right here, right now, in another part of the world, which we may or may not want to know about because who knows? Someone family member, friend, may be traveling in that area, and you want to know to make sure that things are going to be all right. Or they're not all right, and you should tell them not to go. That's what the news is supposed to be for, isn't it? Unbiased and actually telling you what's going on around the world.
Oh, that's just a fucking fantasy.
It is, isn't it?
But the waste of energy that Angry's speaking of, I think, is our rebuttal to them on what the gun actually was type of arguments. Because granted, at the end of the day, there's relevance there. But to the average guy, and these are the people who, average guy, girl, John Q. Public out there in Snowflake Land, they're the ones that we've got to sway. And by arguing something that is meaningless to them, we're
Wow.
wasting fucking time.
I'm glad this isn't a hangout and this is going to be recorded because John Q. Public from Snowflake Land. I need to remember that one.
We've got to take control of the narrative instead of answering their shit with dumb stuff that doesn't help us at all.
Make them answer our stuff. Make them, you know, make them talk about the things we want to talk about.
That would be great.
And if they refuse to, well, just make an overly abrasive statement about how they only pander to one side. They don't want to talk about anything other than what they want, and they're trying to brainwash people. And
Angry just put up the perfect fucking example. The whole clip versus magazine thing. Who fucking cares? Only us gun guys get our nuts in a knot for that stupid shit. That's ridiculous. We're wasting fucking time with silly shit like that. So a guy calls it a clip. Big fucking deal. It's something that holds the goddamn bullets. You know? Where the hell is that helpful to our cause? You know, so they make sure they get it right when they ban them. You know, we're not banning clips, we're banning magazines.
Yeah, I got an image here to help out with. You see this image? You see this image?
What image?
This right here, that's a magazine. This right here is a stripper clip. That's another magazine.
I can't see images.
Okay, well, just follow along. I'll post you an image, and you can either download it or do whatever. This is another magazine. This is another stripper clip. This is another magazine in a much, 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 much smaller caliber. And this is another clip.
But my point is to the average non-gun person sitting out there watching the news or whatever, what the fuck does it matter what it's called?
If you're not a gun person and you're watching this video, Lord knows how you got here, one. But two, this is the difference between a magazine and a clip, okay? And this is why we get all uppity about it, because look, see?
We get all uppity about it because of a bunch of fucking anal assholes that are just wanting to point something out that's a fucking mistake.
Right.
It doesn't mean shit at the end of the day.
It really doesn't. But the issue is, we want people to use the right details and the right terminology the first time so they don't sound like a fucking dumbass.
I don't give a shit if they sound like a dumbass. They agree with us. They can sound as stupid as they fucking want to if they agree.
Well, I'm one of those people that would rather someone. I try to be. Granted, I accept that I'm not always right, and I'm not always using the right terminology. But the issue is, I strive for myself and others to use the right terminology when possible, because I don't like being wrong that often.
That's fine, and I don't have any problem with that. What my problem is we're calling the left out for that. And it makes us look like a bunch of anal, stupid assholes.
Well, it doesn't matter how it doesn't matter how much we call them out on stuff. The fact is, they're always going to see us as those assholes because we like something they want to ban.
I'm not talking about what they see. I'm talking about what the guys that are in the middle are seeing when they're looking at this debate from the outside. We're going to end up looking like dicks because we're calling them out on the choice of word they use when it really doesn't matter to the crux of the argument.
Right. But the issue is, if you're gonna try and ban something, if you're gonna try and make the argument for the other side to get rid of something that people use all the time. The issue is you need to have the right fucking details. You need to know as much about the topic you're talking about as as the topic of the item you're trying to ban. And if you know nothing about it, then you're only proving your own ignorance.
Of course, it shows how uneducated they are. That's the problem. They're in the freaking middle. They don't know shit. All they know is that we as a gun community are calling these people out over a choice of words. That's the whole damn thing right there. It's what we're battling against is we're picking the stupidest damn shit to call them out on when we shouldn't be. We should be out there saying, there's 300 million guns out there in America that haven't killed a damn person today, that have not done anything wrong, that never will. It's only that one stupid asshole that went into that nightclub in Orlando and did what he did, or the airport, or wherever these things happen.
Yep. Anyways, can we, Tony, would it be all right if we moved on?
Yeah, I'm going to have to take some more blood pressure medicine now.
Are you going to have to leave again for that, or?
No, I keep it with me.
All right. We're coming up on, it's like 9, 10. We're we should be getting into the gun book and gun movie of the day, shouldn't we? Why don't we do that?
Okay.
Let me load up a link here. All right. This is one of the books that was in my gunsmithing course. It's very, it's got a lot of details, and it helps when disassembling and assembling firearms. So I'm going to share it right here. I can't share the pages because they don't have the pages, but it's the official NRA guide to firearms assembly, rifles, and shotguns. I cannot tell you how much this helped after I got done with my course. They don't make you read the entire book front to back. In my gunsmithing course, they made you read and recognize the most common firearms. But the issue is, when I bought my SKS, I did not know how to disassemble this. Yes, I could have gone on YouTube and went videos, but there is a page in this book that tells you how to disassemble the SKS. And I tell you, this helped immensely when I was working on that SKS that I got, because mine came in rust instead of Cosmoline. And yes, I know I checked to make sure that was rust. It was rust. It's pitted pretty badly, but it still works. Only likes brass ammunition, but what can you do? So this book helped immensely. If you don't know if there's a particular rifle you don't know how to disassemble, or you don't know how to reassemble once you've got it disassembled,
which is more common.
Which is more common, because Smeggy had that problem with one the other day. It may be in this book, and there's not to say that this is the only one you should have. There are a lot of good assembly and disassembly books, like the ones done by Gun Digest. They do entire books. They have an entire book series dedicated to this kind of thing. But if you're a gun guy, I would recommend you get the NRA Rifles and Shotguns assembly book, because it helps you to reassemble your firearm once you have got it disassembled. It tells you how to do both. But they also have another NRA one, and we're going to cover that one tomorrow. But this one is good for the most common rifles and shotguns out there today. It is a good book. I recommend it. You can get it cheaper than what it's listed for. I've seen them for like $20. I've seen them for like 15 if you just wanted the digital version. But it's a good book. I recommend it. I cannot say enough good things about it because it also, even though I knew how to disassemble an AK, it gave me precise directions on what to do in what situation. So it also helped me with the AK. So if you don't have a book like this, a good firearms assembly book, or even what do they call them? An exploded a diagram. You should have a diagram or a book of assembly for all the firearms you own because it is very useful. Because a lot of firearms have small parts that may need to be replaced over time, depending on what kind of firearm they are.
Another thing I will mention here that's not to do with the book, but Brownells has many exploded gun schematics. Handy resource if you need them.
Absolutely.
So are either one of you gunsmiths?
I am.
Nope.
I have a CZ 452 22 rifle, bolt action, with a 2-stage trigger.
Nice.
When I take the bolt out of it, I have to pull the trigger. It's beyond excessive. I have to squeeze the trigger excessively to get whatever out of the way to get the bolt out. Is that common?
It is.
It's not common on any of the bolt guns that I've had, but I don't know. I've never had a CZ, so I don't know.
Neither. I don't mess with the CZs too much, so I can't give you a full yes or no on that. But it may be common to that specific model. Though I'm going to tell you this right now: if you're unsure, if you're unsure of a firearm you own isn't performing as it should, take it to a gunsmith and have it looked at.
Yeah, I just use snakes to clean the barrel anymore because I do want to get it looked at because I want the second stage of that trigger lightened up a little bit more.
And there are a bunch of websites where you can find out where a local gunsmith in your area would be. And I really would recommend going and taking it to a gunsmith if you're not too sure that it's not performing as you want it.
I'm probably saying that wrong too. It's not a 2-stage trigger. It's a double set. Is that right?
I'm not.
Well, if you put a round in the chamber, you can squeeze the trigger off from there at like 7 pounds, or you can push it forward into the second set and it reduces it to 4 pounds or something like that.
Yeah, I would try to find a CZ gunsmith because I'm not familiar with that at all. But I'm going to speculate if you lighten up that second stage trigger pull, that might solve your issue right there.
Yeah, I'm in Kansas City, so I'm right next to the Kansas City warehouse for CZ.
Yeah, I agree with Tony on that. So you could try that, and if that still doesn't work, you may have an issue with your rifle itself. You may need to have it looked at, anyways. So that's probably not what you wanted to hear, but
no, I was going to take it to someone anyway because it's only a competition rifle for what we do, so I do want that trigger lightened up anyway.
I want to emphasize that we here at Early Watch do not recommend that you mess with your own triggers.
Yeah. If you do not know I'm going to say this right now, if you do not know what you're doing with your firearms as far as modifying them or working on them, don't work on them. Take them to a competent, certified gunsmith, licensed, and have him take a look at it, because you may screw something up and it may blow up in your face, and you may look for someone to blame. And we are not the ones to be blamed. We're only trying to give you ideas of what to look for, what might be the issue, and maybe give you a push in the right direction. But we're not trying to tell you to just go and work on your own guns, and have them be unsafe.
No, I wouldn't even attempt my own trigger.
Someone out there in the chat is asking where do you shoot your long guns at?
Let's just say Kansas City.
So you just go to the range there.
Yeah, I have a private outdoor range.
I know what that's like.
Well, I think Steve is from Kansas City also. Why he's asking.
You say someone else is in Kansas City?
Yeah, I think Steve Johnson's in Kansas City.
Yeah, out there in gun channels.
If he's listening, then it's actually up in St. Joseph, Missouri, by the Riverboat Pistol Club.
All right.
Yeah, it costs way too much money to shoot in the places there in Kansas City.
Yeah. All right. Well, this was the gun book of the day. So we'll check us out tomorrow for the continuing gun book. We'll say that
if we can find one.
If we can find one. No, I'm gonna do the other NRA one tomorrow. So. All right. What's the gun movie? What were we? Where were we? Gun movie of the day. The gun movie of the day. Well, this week we're doing. First off, I was just gonna do the Dollar Trilogy, and then Tony said, let's go all the way. So this week is Spaghetti Westerns week from was it Sergio Leone?
Yep.
So we're covering his movies. We're going to cover the Dollars Trilogy first, and then we'll cover the other good ones that he made. But I wanted to get these out of the way because I love these. I love the Clint Eastwood Dollars Trilogy because it's one of my favorites. And it's a classic. So if you haven't seen it, well, what the hell? You've been living under a rock? Go see it. You can probably get it off Netflix, or you can watch it on YouTube, or you can get it somehow because shit, they had these even on VHS. So they're good movies. You wouldn't think they would be good movies because they were made back in the 60s, and one of them made in the 70s. No, they were. I think they were all 60s. Even though they were made in the 60s, they were good movies. So why don't we go over? There's not too many guns in this one, so it's all right. There'll be more in the next one, and then the next one. But we're gonna go over them. So why don't I get my screen sharing going so we can get on with the damn show?
You want to give me a link?
Yeah, I'll give you a link. Today we are going over the first one in the trilogy, A Fistful of Dollars. I'll post a link out there for you guys and Gun Channels Land. All right, we're going over these. So the first one is the Single Action Army, which Joe, the man with no name, uses a single action army 5.5-inch artillery with a cover case hardened frame. So it's an artillery model. And look at that. That looks badass. I want one.
Well, I'll be glad to look at it when it finally shows up.
Yeah. So there's that one. And then there's the iconic hat. I need to get me one of those hats. They sell them.
I believe that's only on federal public land there, Smegs. I think state, you're probably still all right.
So
Hopefully that'll be one of the things Trump tosses out today.
hopefully. You know, it's the single action army revolver. It's a great revolver. Right. That's really the only one in the, I guess, in that area, in that part. So the rifles, we're down to rifles now. And while, as we said, the Winchester 1894 is the most recognized lever rifle, but the issue is the 1892 is also an iconic rifle. Now, we did mention this, but there is something to note about the Winchester 1892 and 1894 rifle. You know what that is? Tony, you know
They were designed by John Browning.
they were designed by John Moses Browning. That is right. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, the 1892 and 1894 lever action rifles were designed by John Moses Browning. He did a lot of those late 1800s rifles for Winchester because he was working with them first. And then he got into the really good semi-auto craze. It started happening at the turn of the century. So that was also good. But he's known for the Winchester 1885, the 86, the 90, the 92, the 94, and the 95 as far as rifles from Winchester. And the 1900, of course. All right. Anyways, we're going to move on with the movie. I just wanted to shoot out that part of trivia for John Moses Browning because, yeah.
I'll add one thing to the 1892-94 thing. Generally speaking, you can tell the difference between the two. If it's got a saddle ring on the side of the receiver, it's 92, usually.
Well, what about this 94? It's got a saddle ring.
That's rare. Maybe the early ones, but
well, this one's a saddle ring 94 with in 30-30. So
I don't recall ever seeing a 94 with a saddle ring on it myself in person.
they probably just do it for the movies. There it is without a saddle ring. So, and there's the Mauser 1895 bolt action. Odd to see that in a movie set in the 1860s, but all right. And there's there's standard coach gun, Stevens and Company 1878 12 gauge. Double barrel. So there's that one. And there's a fake Metalloose machine gun. And that's it for this movie. There weren't a lot of guns in the first one. The first one was more about the storyline than it was all the gun action and gunplay. But it's definitely classic, and it's a good movie. And if you haven't seen it before, I recommend going and checking it out.
Oh, yes, definitely watch all three. I didn't think the second one was nearly as good as the other two, but it's still a good movie.
The second one wasn't as good as the first or the third movie, but it was still integral to the plot. The way they did it. So it was good. It just wasn't as good. It was the thing is, the first movie and the third movie in the trilogy are really good. The third, I would say, is probably, in my opinion, and as I said, my opinion, the third one is probably the best out of the series of the Dollar Trilogy.
It's probably one of the best Westerns ever made.
Exactly. But that's not to say that the other two in the trilogy aren't equally as good. Because without those two movies, you wouldn't know what the hell's going on in the third movie. You wouldn't know why he's doing what he's doing. Because those two movies build up to the third movie.
Yet in a way, there's a lot of disparity because they weren't really actually written as a trilogy. They were written as all separate movies.
They were. And then I'm sorry, go on.
I was going to say, and then Leone decided to do the trilogy bit with them after the first one did well.
Yeah. And then he merged them together, and he actually did a really good job at that. So tomorrow we're doing a few dollars more. So there's your sneak peek for the gun movie of the day tomorrow.
And just a little tidbit for Thursday or Friday. Once Upon a Time in the West is coming, which is a pretty good movie for weird guns.
Absolutely. So we got a little something for everyone this week.
I think there's a few oddities in the other two too. In the other $2 movies.
Yes. I will say in the other two ones, we probably will see some Henry rifles.
And tomorrow they'll have that revolver thingy that Lee Van Cleef used that is pretty slick.
Absolutely. But
We'll discuss that tomorrow.
that's tomorrow. So it's 11:53. I will say, hold on, phone. Okay, as I was saying, you're listening to the Early Watch here on gunchannels.com. Gunchannels.com, it's a place that G-Webs and some friends created to, it's like a Facebook for guns that people don't get banned from. There's a trading post. You can become a member. It's free. There are paid memberships to help keep the hamsters running. So check out gunchannels.com, become a member, and be part of the conversation. So what's next?
After Dano was asked a question for after the movie review, is what is immediate actions would you like to see Trump take by executive action and undoing executive actions of Obama? So I'm guessing he's wanting to know what other executive actions we'd like to see Trump do other than repealing the stuff Obama did.
Right.
Me? I don't know that he could do it, but he could say that by an executive order that, we will no longer prosecute crimes against the NFA or the 68 Gun Control Act or the 86 one.
Well, the issue is, while the president can sign the 86, the president can sign the 86 Act into law as long as it's been voted on this House and Senate. The issue is repealing of the law is much harder because then you need the Senate and the House to repeal the law for the president to sign as well. Doesn't the president also have to sign the repeal as well as sign it into law?
Oh yes, I'm sure.
So, it's going to be an uphill battle because he's going to have to convince the Republicans in the Senate to repeal the Hughes Amendment, and then to amend the NFA to remove silencers. Because, and I don't think we're going to get rid of the GCA, but it's just my opinion. So, I could be wrong. Great things may be in for us this year, but as far as the executive actions, I just want him to get rid of all the executive actions that have hindered us as Americans and hindered our freedom. I want him to get
the lead ban,
the import bans, the import specifications. I want all that gone. I don't want him to just get rid of Obama's executive actions because I also want him to get rid of George W.'s and George Herbert Walker's bans on Chinese imports. Because here's the thing. Yes, Chinese made stuff is cheap, but the issue is the Canadians get it, and I know I harp on this all the time. The Canadians can get M1As for like $500 to $600 in, which are basically the Chinese copies. And here in the United States, those same rifles are between $1,200 and $1,500 on the low end for an M1A or an M14 semi-auto. And that's ridiculous. And it does not cost them that much to make them, but they make you pay an exorbitant amount of money for them because they're the only ones in the country able to make them, apparently. Or with the ability to. And I think it's unfair to charge the American people that much money for a rifle that doesn't cost that much to make. Granted, this is my only opinion. This is only my opinion, and I'm gonna double back around with this. So stay with me here just for another minute or so. If we can get these imports back in from China and whatnot, that'll lower the prices down to be a competitive level, so other smaller companies in the United States can come up and start manufacturing as well, so that these larger companies don't have the advantage over the smaller ones. And that's my point. If you have more availability of a product and it's made by more companies, the price on it, it's standard supply and demand. Okay, if demand for it is great, but only one company makes it and sells it at a ridiculous price, only the people that really, really want that will buy it. But the rest of the people that cannot afford it will not buy it. But if there's more availability and it's at a less price, more people will buy it.
And these imports create jobs too. I mean, somebody's got to handle the shit to get it here, get it distributed, get it sold. You're not going to go to the boat and grab one. So there's jobs involved with imports too, even though I would suspect that there may be a tax imposed on them.
So, and Smegs didn't point out that most smaller companies can't afford steel at lower prices than the big companies can because they buy in bulk. And that is also another issue. But if we start manufacturing more here in the United States, either subsidies or manufacturers of steel, or not manufacturers, they what do they call them? Smelters, or I guess there are manufacturers of steel, but
another thing that they can do is form a buyers group of several small gun manufacturers buying much larger quantities at one time to get those same breaks.
Right. But what I'm saying is that we need more competition out there to make sure to keep the bigger companies in check so they don't become monopolies. Okay. And Trump has said that he wants to support more smaller businesses, middle-sized businesses that, produce more here in the United States, that manufacture here instead of having to go to China or depend on just the big, corporations, because it puts people to work, and that's what I'm getting at. If we have more production here in our country, in our country, if we have more production, more manufacturing, more people have jobs, less people are going to be without money. So that's what I'm getting at, and I know it's a roundabout way of talking about it, but that's how I see it from my point.
I don't know. I haven't given a whole lot of thought to what I want Trump specifically to do aside from repealing all gun control. I mean, other than what he's stated he wants to do. Well, that's the thing with Obama's created jobs is that while he may have created more, they're all fucking minimum wage flipping burger type things. You know, to where you're not doing much more than making minimum wage. You know, that it looks good on paper when you get to say, I created X million jobs. Yeah, but you create a condition where people have to work 2 of those damn jobs and their spouse work a 3rd just to survive. And I don't know. We need better paying jobs.
We also need more jobs.
Over just more jobs.
I'm saying we need both.
If we get people that are currently working for $9 an hour or whatever the hell the minimum wage happens to be in their area to go to a job that makes twice that much, then we free up the job they were doing for $9 an hour for a kid to work. So right, yeah. Smeggy said, so people go from working a 40-hour week to working 3 places, 10 hours each, and it counts as jobs tripling. Yeah, exactly. It's all freaking number fudging, really. Employment rate goes down because you can only stay on unemployment so damn long before they boot your ass off.
This is true.
I would like to get unemployment right now, but I can't. All right, where do we want to go now?
Well, I'm trying to get into the early watch email again because I got a hold of Jimmy. So let me get in there and see if I can get some questions if there are any.
Oh, I agree, Smegs. It should be that way. Unemployment is meant as a temporary safety net. I got no dispute with that. But all I'm saying about the unemployment part is when they fall off of the unemployment rolls, they're not counted as unemployed anymore.
All right, I've got access.
Back
Okay,
when I
guys. If
got
you have any,
unemployment,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
back when I got unemployment, I got $270 a week, but that was 1992, and I got unemployment for 6 months. No, actually about 4 months because I started working again in May.
All right, so I have access to the Early Watch email address now. So if you have any questions, send them over to earlywatchaz@gmail.com, and we will try and go over them. If you have suggestions for the show, guess that gun, or just comments, go ahead, send us an email, earlywatchaz@gmail.com. So we're up on our, so let me see.
Clay's asking about some handguards. He's posted a link up there, and I can't open it.
Yeah, I opened it. They look weird, but interesting. But apparently they're ridiculously expensive from what Clay's saying. It's like $414 for handguards? Or is that for the entire gun? No, I think that's just for the handguards. Yeah, just for the handguards.
Wow.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Never mind. That's a crude statement. I may not say that right now.
They look awesome. I'm not sure if they're worth it, but remember, most of the things I say are just based off of my opinion, unless it's a topic I know what I'm talking about. So, opinion, they look awesome, but are they worth it?
No idea. Can't see them. Don't have no gun that takes handguard. So eat.
Because you're not into AR-15s.
Correctamundo.
But didn't you say, you were looking at an AR-15 at some point if it was in a certain round?
I said if I couldn't find something else suitable in 9mm, I'd consider building an AR.
That's what that was.
But I'm gonna buy the old lady a freaking high point carbine. So fuck it.
Right.
The things work. They actually have really good ratings. Way better than their handguns do.
Right.
And my old lady ain't gonna be putting thousands of rounds through the damn thing anyway. She'd be lucky to shoot it 50 or 100 times in the rest of her life.
You'd be the one to throw like thousands of rounds through it yourself.
I don't know, maybe.
It's a 9mm. 9mm is cheap enough.
Yeah, I know. And I have a bit of a supply here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I really want the Marlin camp rifle, but you're looking at $250 for a high point or $900 for the Marlin. For a gun that I really have no use for to speak of. I mean, there is no reason to own a 9mm carbine here. It's just a prepper type purchase, you know?
Right. All right, where is that? Here we go. So it's all right. We're into gun questions and whatnot. So, where does Jimmy usually get his questions from?
The gun questions at the bottom of the page, where it says askgunquestions.com. I don't know where the hell he finds them because I never see them.
No, I think it gets them off of gun channels.
And he says specifically every day he goes right there to that.
Yeah, I don't see it at
Ask
all.
gun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't ever get to the questions neither.
So, yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking at ask gun questions. And I should have access, but who knows?
Well, I can assure you that evidently Jimmy's got access that I don't have.
That's where he gets them. Go to askgunquestions.com and it says find your answers here. You click on that link and that's where they all are. And I believe he just goes through the unanswered ones. Looking for ones that haven't been mentioned and answered before. We've already answered most of these.
Well, the questioners must have figured he wasn't going to be doing them because he wasn't going to be here this week because he was getting new ones asked last week.
I'm looking. If anyone has any questions, please send them into the early watch so we can answer some questions because I'm not seeing anything we haven't already answered last week. All right, I found one. Trigger reset spring on first model Ivor Johnson 32 Smith & Wesson. I've got a U.S. Revolver Company 32 Smith & Wesson. Literally the exact same thing because it's a subsidiary of Ivor Johnson. So I can answer this one. He's saying, I have a first model Ivor Johnson brake top in 32 Smith & Wesson. Mechanically perfect, except trigger reset spring is broken. It can be reset manually and stays in position. Is it safe to use this way with proper black powder loads? I will get the spring replaced, but do not see how this problem would affect in any way affect safety. Any input? I wouldn't use black powder in it unless you want to clean it all the time. And that's not to say that black powder is, modern black powder, like, or black powder alternative like Pyrodex is corrosive. It's not corrosive. It's dirty, but I wouldn't use it in a 32 Smith & Wesson Ivor Johnson. I would use the proper 32 Smith & Wesson ammunition because it is made for that gun. Plus, technically, we are talking about I believe 32 Smith & Wesson uses it uses smokeless. So, well, you can shoot black powder in a smokeless firearm. The issue is you don't want to run smokeless powder in a black powder firearm. So, just remember that. As far as the spring, well, yeah, you might not think that it has anything to do with safety, but the issue is I would not shoot it until you got that spring replaced because there is always a chance of it blowing up in your hand. So get the spring replaced. You can get parts. I've seen parts for the 32 Smith & Wesson Ivor Johnsons on. You can go to Numerous Gun Parts or gunpartscore.com. Go there. You can find it. If they don't have it, check eBay. eBay, they have a ton of Ivor Johnson parts for sale, especially in 32 Smith & Wesson. If you can't find it there, last place I would check would be, I know people don't like going here, but you could probably find the parts off of gunbroker.com. So, David,
Brownells.
there's also Brownells, but not for these old Ivor Johnsons. So, David Green, there's your answer. I hope you're listening. If not, we'll post the question out there for you, or post an answer out there for you to try and get that part replaced. Well, good luck to you. Let's see if I can find another question. Probably a better one. Unanswered.
I'll try to remember to get to your question, Dano, after we get done with gun questions.
Why don't we just go to it? Because I'm not seeing anything else we haven't answered.
Then we're done with gun questions.
We're done with gun questions. Hopefully there'll be some more tomorrow. Please, 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 if you're listening to this after the fact, send in some gun questions. Or if you're listening to it live, please send in gun questions for today or tomorrow. Send us gun questions. I don't care what kind of gun questions they are. As long as they're not anti-gun questions, they're welcome.
Any gun questions would be fine too. You're willing to accept the answer. Dano asks, imports bring a limited number of jobs to the U.S. where is making those same products here creates far larger number of jobs. Agree or disagree, and why? I agree, but the imports that I was discussing earlier are really more like importing surplus. Really doesn't have much to do with manufacturing. It's just buying Russian military surplus and shit like that. And evidently there is a limited number of people knocking together AKs here in this country.
That's for sure. But you also have to look at the imports and how they had, because of the, I guess, Obama bans, how they've had to neuter AKs. They have to bring them in if they import them. They bring them in single stack. You can't have a double stack magazine. You have to have a single stack magazine. You can't have the bayonet lug. And they do something to the barrel too.
What is it they do to the barrel, Tony? Do they
I
weld
don't have the
the?
slightest freaking idea.
I think they either weld or solder the either the muzzle device onto the barrel, and that's just not kosher.
Moon's saying that ain't Obama's fault.
Oh, that's not Obama's fault. Whose fault is it then?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. I got to read this that Smeggy posted because this concerns me. If it'll fucking ever open up. Oh yeah, my fucking internet's being insanely goddamn slow.
I got a silly question for you.
Go for it.
I do not agree, but I understand all of these bans that have been on double stacks, muzzle devices. When and why did the bayonet become scary? And banned. Like the double stacks were banned because they held too many bullets and were capable of, quote, killing too many people too quickly. But what did the bayonet ever do to scare government to ban those?
It exists.
Just exists?
It just exists. Because I've never heard a case where a bayonet's been used against a person that didn't already deserve it.
Thanks, Megs. I'm not sure where I stand on that one because although I'm opposed to the whole freaking process of having to have a freaking permit to carry a gun, I'm glad as hell that we've at least got some way to carry one here. And I didn't get denied because I got mine, so I don't know what these guys did. And I got mine without sending fingerprints in. So I don't know what reason these three people that filed this suit were denied for. So I don't know that I want to even really comment on it much because I don't know enough about it.
I think it's just from existing because if it exists, it's banned in California.
Because really, to be honest, the 7th District Court is gun friendly.
All right, what's going on out there? I'd like to think Bayos are. I like to think of Bayos as fact checkers. Scary like a pistol grip. Yeah.
Haha. Stick the body afterwards. If it doesn't move, you know the ammo was factually in working order. Factual and working.
Yeah.
Well, it's also environmentally friendly then because it saves you from putting more lead into the corpse.
Indeed.
Again, I'm one who believes in having a gun, not a knife. So I don't need a knife on the end of my gun either. Just bring more bullets.
I, on the other hand, need a bayonet on every rifle I own. Because, in my opinion, a rifle isn't a rifle without a bayonet. Right or wrong, that's my opinion. Deal with it.
It's wrong, so you have to deal with it.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
No, it ain't. It's fact.
No, it's opinion. Oh, Sean's finally here. And he's asking for a link. Oh, I see how it is. I think it was Smegs, why are you going to the Huffington Post? I thought we talked about this before. That shit will rot your brain.
Buzzing you hear in the background is me shaving while I'm sitting here killing time. Actually, my beard stubble gets close enough to the microphone, the fucker bites me.
Damn. That's some pretty resilient, stubble. All right. Yeah, it's about Gary Giffords.
Whoa. Yes. Go do what Dead Horse just posted.
I did that last night. I saw it before he posted it.
Do it again.
That guy can only do it once.
No, you got plenty of dead relatives you can sign for. We the people, your voice in the White House, repeal the NFA.
Yeah, but the issue is we need to get millions of signs on this one. Instead of just 100,000 signatures, because 100,000 people aren't going to be so seen as much as a couple million.
Oh shit! No, I don't want the White House sending me emails about other shit.
Take that, Tony. We want you to go and that's great.
Okay, I gotta verify my email, which is funny.
Where's the mute button?
Hey, I thought this was Dollar Trilogy week.
We already went over that. You're late.
Oh, you bastard. I was going to be like, when the music stops, then we start.
I was gonna say, you don't stop dinging, motherfucker, I'm gonna kick you out.
But yeah, Sean, you're late. We already went over it.
You bastard. You're supposed to do the good shit before lunchtime.
We did.
It's lunchtime now.
And we did it already. We
Man.
do it an hour before noon.
You got to understand, Night Strike's hosting in Eastern time, not Arizona time.
Yeah.
12:30.
Yeah.
It's 12:30 my time.
Man. Freaking Easterners.
Come on, God damn it.
I'm not an Easterner. I'm on Eastern time. That's it.
Man, so you already talked about the gun, the man with the no-name gun.
Yeah, we went over all the guns. We even added gun series now too. Instead of just a gun movie
Yeah.
and a gun book, we added a gun series. And the series today was the X-Files season 1.
It's a lot of 9mm.
Yeah, it was a lot of 9mm. So
Damn, man. I got all excited when I saw the top of this chat. I was like, oh, hell yeah, we get to finally talk about some real movies.
well,
I was actually going to enter the chat with the quote where he was like, how long did you know that they were about to kill us? I know from the moment they came here.
we're going over. We went over the fistful of dollars today. Tomorrow we're gonna go over a few dollars more. So
All right, so Fistful was the one where he was like in between the two families, right?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Had that fake-ass Gatling gun.
It wasn't a Gatling gun. It was a Matraloose or something like that.
Yeah, super multi-barrel Hornets nested. FU.
Anyway, let's see what's going on. Yeah, Dead Horse. I signed those last night. I signed both of them. I saw them on Reddit.
Why do I got all this bullshit in here and not the one that I want to confirm?
It's like Dead Horse is like, sign that and give that shit a shout out, or else I'll come for you in your dreams, Night Strike. Okay. I don't want Dead Horse in my dreams, so I'm going to go and publicize this for him under protest. All right, there
You
is
should go
a.
ahead with the dream. You'd have a fistful of ARs.
I do have a fistful of ARs. Yeah. This is on We the People, whitehouse.gov petitions. Repeal the 1986 Hughes Amendment. So, yeah, if you haven't, sign the damn thing. I signed it last night. I saw it last night.
The other one, repeal the NFA.
The other one is repeal the NFA.
Fantastic.
Which I'm trying to sign right fucking now.
I signed both of these last night, so here's the repeal the NFA right here. Yep, same one I signed last night. So sign that if you haven't done so already. If you're on YouTube watching this instead of gun channels, get your butt over there to the URL, or come over to gun channels and get the URL and sign the damn things. What the hell?
Hey, I'm going to bail out of here for 5 or 10 minutes to take care of this stuff and also submit my tax.
Okay, good luck.
I'll be back shortly.
I get to pay this year. Thanks, Uncle Sam. Thanks, Obama.
Right.
See, you could have sold the YouTube thing so much better if you just used the quote, service guarantees citizenship. Do your part. Sign the petition. Would you like to know more?
No, because then I would get copyrighted, and I don't want to get copyrighted.
Oh, come on. You can quote things. It's fine.
Because even though I would like to know more, I can't press the button. The button's unpressable.
So where is our resident Arizonian this morning?
Okay, I've said this a million times already, and I will say it a million times more. I am hosting the Early Watch all this week because he has a day job this week with his brother-in-law, so he can make money because he is not making money right now.
Did you introduce yourself properly to all the people on YouTube who may not know who you are yet?
I think it's safe to say I've been on the early watch enough times they know who I am.
He is King Bumpfire, folks.
This is true. I do like my Bumpfire. But yes, if you're watching the early watch and you're listening to me, and you've been listening to me all morning and not asked who I am, I'm nightstryke1. So there you go. I spell my name with a Y because I'm that kind of asshole, just like Matt from Never Enough Ammo. And just like how Sean doesn't use Connery, he just used Ponery.
Oh, yeah, it's a play on words. It's a deliberate play on words.
I know it is. And I caught it the first time because I'm a gamer.
Yes.
Dead Horse said Trump grabbed me by the Twitter. Trademarked. Wow.
I like his other quote. Come on, you ape. You want to live forever?
That sounded pretty good with just that short burst of the drill.
Oh, sorry. Guess I still have to earn a living, unfortunately. So anything exciting happen overnight?
Not really.
Does Wolf Blitzer still have a job?
Apparently CNN is still on the air, so there's something wrong there.
I heard this Twitter shitstorm about that girl from Clueless being fired from Fox News. Can't remember her name, but her contract didn't get renewed, and like the Twitterverse. It's funny too. It's like, you know, we're always being accused of being racist and bigots and hateful people, right? And it's like fellow black people on Twitter are sitting there degrading her for losing her job. They were like, oh, I guess Fox lost their Uncle Tom or some shit like that. And I was like, good God, man. This is why racism still exists, because people still want it. They keep reminding us of it, you know? Kids don't know this stuff. They're not born with it. It is what it is.
Yep. Anyway, so are you assembling more clocks today, or is this a different thing you're assembling today?
As a matter of fact, I am. I'm assembling clocks today. It's like the majority of the time when I build stuff, it's clocks. Glocks. Yes. My local reloading supply got robbed last week. It was one of those smash and grab type deals. So we've been, you know, we've been posting it on the local Facebook channels and things. But if you're looking for reloading supplies and you want to help like a local mom and pop type shop, they're really friendly and they're really, really helpful. But and they usually carry powders that are kind of hard to find sometimes, or just always out of stock. I go to a place called 10 Ring. It's in Jersey Village in Houston, Texas, or just north of Texas, or just north of Houston, sorry. But you can go to 10ring.com and show your support if you need reloading supplies, because they have a ton of them and they definitely need it after what happened to them.
Yeah, Smeggy is asking, are you building a clock for Madonna?
I ought to, but right now she's under investigation by the Secret Service.
Oh,
I
is
love
she?
this. Yeah, I love this whole. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody big in politics, but they tweeted last night. They said the era of enforcing the law is back, and he had a picture of Sylvester Stallone as Judge Dredd. I am the law. So I'm kind of glad they're doing that. They're taking every threat seriously, and you know, it'll stop the snowflakes from acting out like a bunch of petulant children.
Yeah, but who really pays attention to Madonna in the first place? I mean, when was the last time she was relevant? Oh, wait, that was the 1980s. No one cares about her now.
You know, the thing is we keep saying that, but it's Madonna, or it's Lady Gaga, or it's Michael Moore. It's somebody. There's always somebody, which means they get this crap out in numbers. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about 100 million fans of Madonna. I'm talking about 10 million fans of this guy, this woman, this person, this activist, this B, T, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, the rest of the alphabet, Q. You know, it's the conglomeration of all of them that which makes this noise just continue.
I thought Madonna moved out of the country anyway.
I thought she did too. I heard.
Yeah,
I heard
I want to know all those snowflakes that said they were going to go and
Leave?
move to Canada. Where the hell have you gone? Why are you still here?
I heard Canada was denying citizenship applications for the first couple of months because of that shit. Which I think it takes 10 years to become a citizen in Canada anyway, doesn't it?
That doesn't mean they have to be here. Go somewhere else.
That's true. Camp X-ray for starters.
You know, if you said you were going to say you were going to move to Canada when, you know, if Trump got elected, then, you know, then keep to your word. Get the hell out. We don't want you here if you're going to be like that.
Hey, I heard Oprah's house is up for sale and she's looking for real estate in Canada, so maybe she's actually going through with this shit.
Oh, thank God. Get rid of Oprah.
Take her own network with her that's just full of infomercials these days.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna go on. I'm not gonna comment on that, even if I want to. Because if you do, then you get labeled a racist. And you know what? I'm not a racist. I just don't care.
I think it's really funny is during the election, if you voted for Trump, you were a racist, sexist, homophobic bigot, right? But after January 20th, if you comment about the protesters tearing down things, burning things, flipping over police cars and giving people a hard time, you're a racist, sexist, homophobic bigot for picking on them now.
Angry American said, Biker Bob is standing guard at the border with electro knife. Hashtag none shall pass. And I go, that'll be pretty hard when he's at SHOT Show. And I assume he's on his way down to Arizona and hang out with P-Webs. That might have been Bob protecting the border during the Vietnam War, but not now. Oh, he's not going to stay down? He's going back up to Canada? Oh, nice. Good for him. Bob is going back to Canada. Well, that's too bad. But don't worry, he'll be back again someday. All right, let's see. Open topic, I guess. Well, what does that? Still 12. Yeah, no questions, no discussions. Is there any new news other than what's been posted already? There's nothing really going on yet. So, breaking. Florida open carry is dead. Someone is writing into the Truth I Got Guns saying, I just got off the phone with Senator Greg Stoops' office. Tomorrow is Judiciary Committee meeting. The open carry bill SB 140 is not on the agenda. The senator's legislative assistant, Alex Blair, stated that the good senator will not place it on the agenda for this meeting or any future meeting until such time there's a better political climate. Well, what an asshole. Is he Democrat or is he Republican? Because that's contrary to the Republican Party line. I guess he's not a party liner. He's a rhino. So, on that note. So, once again, Florida open carry and campus carry are dead in the water. Even if HB 6005 campus carry passes the House, SB 140 was the related bill. Without SB 140 clearing the Judiciary Committee, it can't reach a floor vote. I directly asked the LA if there was a chance Senator Stoops will bring it to the agenda or if it's dead in the water. The LA said it is dead in the water and will not be reaching a floor vote this year, which means they're playing one side. So we can do one of two things: either hang our heads in shame and press on and push harder. We're damn close. The political stars have aligned, and we need to ride the wave. Next year will not happen. 2018 is an election year, and because of that, they will not push open carry or campus carry. Furthermore, I fear we will get a Democrat in office as governor. Rick Scott beat Charlie Crist by 1%. That's it. 1 freaking percentage point. So they'll go either way. He says, I believe we go all in this year or we gain nothing at all because of next year. So I'm asking if you can post this information and rally your readers and to call and email the Florida Speaker of the House, the Florida State Senate President, and Senator Stoops' office, and tell him that you want those SB 140 on the agenda. So
He's back.
and there's information. This is from the Truth About Guns, and I know, but this is kind of important, so I'm going to link that out there. You know,
Hey, Moon, can you post a link to that other petition? I did the NFA one.
I got it for you, so hold on.
So I may drop out of here again for a couple minutes to sign that, but I did get my taxes done and the repeal the NFA thing done. So
There's the NFA in the chat, and here's the Hughes Amendment.
Hughes Amendment, that's the one.
There you go.
All right. We the people sign this position. God damn it, you ought to remember me. I was just fucking here.
Yeah, right? Anyways, I figured that was interesting because I know that Sean from Florida Carry will be disheartened to hear that. And he will talk about it. I don't know if he's going to come and talk about it either on any of the shows here on Gun Channels or if he's going to talk about it just the way he usually does. But that's pretty depressing.
What are we talking about?
That a rhino in Florida is refusing to put any of the pro-gun bills on the Judiciary Committee's agenda this year.
This is state politician?
Yeah, Florida State.
How do you circumvent this person? I mean, legally, not assassinating the bastard or something like that.
Legally, all you can do is contact the government, the Florida government, and let them know that you're not happy with it and that you urge them to reconsider. That's really all you can do, is contact them saying that you don't like this and you want them to reconsider. I mean,
Okay.
it says they contact the Senate President, Joe Negron, and let him know that this is what this one senator on the Judiciary Committee is saying, that he's not, he's refusing to actually do his work, which technically he is, because if it's been on the agenda before and he's refusing it, saying the climate is not good, well, then I guess he needs to get his head examined, because in most states and most of these southern states, the Republicans have majority right now, and by trying to not put these on the agenda, then he's going against the party line. Something can be done, I'm sure, but regardless, that's not what a Republican would do. I'll tell you that. So, if you don't get any pro-gun legislation passed in Florida this year, then next year, if a liberal Democrat gets in charge, Florida's screwed. It's screwed hardcore.
Yeah.
They'll go in the opposite direction, and you don't want that. So that's what I was going over, and I know some out there on gun channels don't like hearing about it, but the issue is we have to help out where we can.
That's right. It's time to impeach this cocksucker.
I think instead of it, well, I don't know if you can impeach a state government senator.
You can recall any elected official you want. There's a process for every office.
Yeah, but doesn't the actual members of the state senate recall instead of the people?
People have to demand it. It's got to start somewhere.
Right.
Oh, apparently the internet's down in my entire building except on my phone. Hooray!
Well, you're on your phone anyway, so it's cool.
Yeah. It'll be peaceful and quiet in my shop all day. On this beautiful 65-degree clear day where I should be at the outdoor range.
You're stuck at the office assembling
Stuck
clocks.
at the office assembling clocks all fucking day.
Well, remember what that one image I made said?
Huh.
Hashtag Clock Lives Matter. Different context, but still funny.
You can suck my clock.
No, thank you. You see, aunties, this is how we be civil. Take note.
Yeah, right.
Or notes. We're not rioting. We're not, breaking stuff. We're having.
You guys see that? I think it was a
conversation.
Twitter feed or a picture or something where it was, imagine if women had the same rights as guns. I think it was posted over the weekend.
Man, they'd be restricted as all hell.
Oh man, a lot of people got in trouble for saying, "Yeah, I'm so sure my wife would make me or would appreciate me locking her into a safe and only taking out when I need to use her."
Ooh, snap.
Good morning, gun channels. Sponsored by the motherfuckers I wish you would.
What's up, man?
Keep
All right.
in public.
All right, it's our resident Californian Mexican.
Easy, motherfucker.
Cali Mexican. Okay.
Or would it be a Mexical?
There's a town called Mexicali, so why the hell not?
So there's a petition for Donald Trump's tax returns. Who gives a fuck? He cheated on taxes. Big deal.
They're going to
Everybody
get their noses bent out of joint for the next 4 years because he won't have to file taxes since he already said he was going to waive his salary. Eat that.
What he said.
Why is his taxes so relevant when Hillary's isn't?
I don't know, but before he can actually go chasing after her, they did shut down the Clinton Global Initiative last week.
Well, here's a good one, guys. Let American farmers grow hemp once again to create jobs and rebuild the rural economy. Woohoo!
I got one better than that. If you legalize pot and farmers can grow it and sell it, and Marlboro Green actually means something more meaningful.
Exactly.
And you tax it like tobacco and you regulate it like alcohol, so there's not a bunch of fucking totally stoned people on the roads.
They need to.
You pay off the national debt in 10 years, and in 25 years, you probably have nationwide free healthcare.
I can see that the algorithms are still Obama era algorithms in this because of the most popular. It says the tax return thing, then divest and put into a blind trust. Let farmers grow hemp and resign as president of the United States because you're in violation of the emoluments clause. Although the first one has 265,000, the next one is 77,000, 12,000, then 10,000. Ooh, guys, we ain't doing well on the repeal of the Huseman. 1,500 people have signed that. That ain't worth a shit.
Well, if every single YouTube personality and Full 30 personality puts that link up there and informs the public, that will explode quickly.
Yes, we need to start posting these two links everywhere.
Yep.
And repeal it. While I'm saying this, copy.
I think signing those two is actually what killed my internet at work. Someone's watching my shop.
Yo, didn't Donald Trump just sign some executive orders right now?
Good.
I was too busy eating a burrito.
That's not stereotyped at all, Knives.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you to go to the kitchen and make me a sandwich. It's going to have to be go to the kitchen and bring me a torta.
I have some dumbass tortas though.
I like tortas.
Hey, Knives. Go get me some nachos.
Kiss my ass, that's American dick.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's American. What are you talking about?
I know that's why I said that.
Some guy on the Texas border made that shit. And that was Mexican.
I know. I'm just giving you shit to give you shit. You know, I'm just horsing around, all right?
It's all about the shit.
But you know what? That does sound good. I may if the weather's good, I may make a run to Taco Bell and get some tacos for lunch.
That sounds good.
Oh, I just heard that sounds good.
No, it doesn't. Taco Bell.
Yeah. Well, when I go and get food, I get food for the whole family. So you know, because I live with family.
You're the
You ever notice
designated
there's
runner.
never a cat around at Taco Bell?
Hey, so I think I should be able to make Matt's chat tonight, but the only thing I'm going to be able to do is be the Smegsetary because Kung Fu movies really weren't my thing growing up, so I wouldn't be able to make a list.
I don't know. I may or may not be able to make it for Matt's show because I'm moving my desk into another room. I got everything moved.
Okay, don't talk so loud.
I got
You've just
everything
been told.
That's one of the reasons why I'm moving to a different room because I'm tired of being in the same room.
Stop
But
yelling at me.
stop judging me. But yeah, so I'll probably be there anyways. But yeah. Anyways, what's going on with you guys? Sean, are you gonna be able to make Tuesday?
Yes. Yeah, this week looks a whole lot better. I've just been dealing with fucking fatigue and work and fucking car accident shit and family deaths and all that crap. So I think it's all sort of
Family deaths?
Yeah, it happens, but you know.
Free money.
Did you have a family member that died?
2 actually.
Sorry, bro.
It's all
Sorry
right.
about that.
I had an uncle who died and my dog died, but you know, my dog was in my house, so that one stung more than the uncle I hardly ever see.
Right. And we heard about that. You mentioned it the other day, and I'm
Yep.
sorry to hear that happened, but
That's cool. I'm already looking for another one to keep my other one company, so.
all right. That's good. That's good. All right. Does anybody out there have anything to talk about or mention while we're doing the early watch day?
Yeah,
Well, since
California's
we're
flooding.
Since we're doing the post-shot show hangover, basically, yeah, I added a new gun to my wish list this year. It's the new Ruger. I think it's called the model 5035 or 5036. I could be wrong on that, but they brought out a 8-round 357 full frame revolver, all steel. So MSRP is insane. I paid $850 for my 454 Casull Alaskan, pretty much the same frame. They're asking for $1,079 for this new 357, which I think is ridiculous, but I'm sure the street value will come down quite a bit. It'll make a nice stablemate to my Night Guard. Pretty stoked. I got my my local to order one and bring one to the shop, so I get to play with it for a couple of days, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. I don't have anything on my really wants list aside from what I've already got on the list. But I tell you what, if the Hearing Protection Act, passes this year, I tell you what, the Maxim 9 is on my list.
That is pretty awesome.
Right?
Oh, shit, I got a whole truckload of stuff on my list.
I know a guy in Finland, I think. He was able to get a can for his 4570 Marlin. If they pass that Hearing Protection Act thing, I will definitely look into that.
Hey, Knives.
She.
Are enchiladas Mexican?
Yeah, my mom makes them all the time.
Yes, but they don't look like what white folk make. That's for damn sure.
Oh, with all
Yeah.
that fucking melted cheese, that's some bullshit.
Yep.
The original way just vinegar and some other shit.
Damn it, Knives. You made me hungry for Mexican food. Well,
Yeah, you've already decided my lunch channels. I'm fixing to head out.
If you get your sauce, your sauce from a can, you're fucking dumb. That ain't right.
So, Early Watch's lunch of the day. Lengua tacos. The meat
What are they?
the meat that tastes back.
Wow.
Those are pretty good.
Yeah.
I think we need to just end it right here.
Some
No.
red hot, some grease sauce on that motherfucker with some red.
Oh, yeah.
Mix it together. Hey, Sean, can I bring my tent over to your house and I'll sleep in the back?
Yeah, man, come on over.
I'm on your lawn. In your neighbor's lawn. For money.
If I get this property I'm looking for, I'm going to rename it Gun Channels Island.
Is it
Anyone?
an island that's for sale in the middle of a lake in Texas or something?
No, it's an island just
Alaska.
off the coast of Kodiak. It's 160 acres. It has a 6,500 square foot house. It has a 300 foot by 100 foot by 80 foot tall shop. It's got its own power generator, which is pretty cool, even though you can still hook up to city power. And there's a ferry boat that'll take you from, well, there's a bridge to the island, and then there's a ferry boat on the main island to the state. So it's pretty well covered. It's treed, there's bears. It's fucking awesome.
Are you really actually looking at getting it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gun Channels Island for real.
I need a
I mean, I
bigger
won't be getting it
lawnmower.
myself. I'll probably buy in with like my family and maybe my other uncle's family. There's plenty of space, so I'm not worried about it.
Make a Gun Channels Lodge.
Just think, man. If I move up there, I'd be closer to nailing a Palin.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there'd be
We
a
haven't
garage?
determined which one yet.
Clay is asking, will there be a Gun Channels clubhouse in Alaska?
Maybe a Gun Channel's gun range for sure.
I would say
3:30
more
at
of a
the pool all
lodge,
day.
but that's just me.
I just want to show off and just be like, look, I had dogs, and here's my new guard dogs, and just like watch 2 Kodiak bears walk across my front yard.
They got collars on too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, just say, I dare you to try and put that one down.
No, that'd be cool, man. I mean, I go up there all the time, so it's like, why not just make it official, I guess? I don't know. There's nothing wrong with Texas per se, but it's just, I like the open space. It's kind of nice.
I agree.
Like people walking around with freaking lever action 4570s are perfectly normal, you know? It's like, morning. I used to watch this guy do that every day because he'd have to walk across well, he had like a 300-foot long driveway, basically. He would have to walk all the way to the end to check his mail, and he carried a rifle with him every morning.
Well, you know, Alaska's the last American frontier.
Yeah. It's the last uncorrupted one, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the less said about that, the better, I guess.
Yeah.
Clay's going to Zillow, Alaska. Well, good luck, Clay.
Hey, nice check. What time is hit or miss?
Hit or miss is every Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Cool.
I think my internet's trying to sort itself out. Anyway, I'll probably go ahead and take off and grab lunch and get on Comcast's ear and try to get them to come out here and fix this shit. I'll see you guys tonight.
They won't fix it same day, I'll tell you that.
No, they'll send someone out because we have a commercial account and we've been letting them know since Thursday that there's been issues.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys tonight.
Yep. See you.
Bye, Sean.
Later.
All right. Let's see. 9, 10.
Oh shit!
What?
And this takes forever trying to post this shit on Facebook because my freaking internet's so goddamn slow.
What's up?
I'm just trying to post these 2 petitions on my Facebook page.
Okay. Cool.
All right, I think I got it. All right, where do we go from here?
We're supposed to be talking about open topics and new news. We already did that.
I haven't looked at the news in a little while, so I don't know if there's any new news or not. Any new interesting news, I should say.
Yeah, we already talked about that on Friday nights.
Okay.
Yeah. Seems like they haven't updated since Friday.
Yep.
So.
Hey, that means that they passed the suppressor thing. That means you have more like integrated rifles more, like the LS Valve or something like that. I was talking too fast to use. Accurate. Shit. Yes, I do.
And again, it takes forever for anything to freaking open up here.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, Dead Horse.
Yo, yo, yo.
I signed those last night, even before you linked them, because I saw them on Reddit first.
But now that Obama's out of office, isn't like Reddit like a dead thing?
No, Reddit is like I hate to use this term, but Reddit's been more so a replacement for 4chan. At least that's how I understood.
Okay, I always thought of Reddit as like some kind of liberal political monster.
No, it's more like an alternative to 4chan. So
What's 4chan?
if you don't know, you don't want to know.
Oh, is that kind of site?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you know what
Be
4chan
back in a
is,
few.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you know, and I apologize for bringing it up. So, anyways, so what's going on with you, Dead Horse? You getting more parts in this week?
Oh yeah, I got more parts coming today. Like more parts coming every day, man. But like, there's this new IG page. Well, I don't know, it's not new, but there's this IG page called Tax Swap, like TACSWAP, and guys can put their used and new gear they're not using or don't want anymore on this IG page and trade stuff for it or sell it outright. And everything gun related, even guns themselves. You know, of course they'll be shipped to FFL dealers. You know, not, but
Right.
guns, gun accessories, gun parts, range gear. You know, even some stuff like GoPro cameras. You know, but awesome page, man. I've already bought and did like 5 trades just this week on that IG page.
Oh man, you're already wheeling and dealing.
Yeah, dude, it's absolutely awesome. I was like, dude, I got this stuff. You want to trade? They're like, yeah. I'm like, cool. Like, well, I'm trading stuff I don't need for stuff I want. And then I've just straight out have bought some things from people on there. And then it's awesome.
Better deals
And
than
then
you
you
would
get
get
to kind of
online.
meet more people because like all the people I've bought from, I wasn't following them. They weren't following me, but you know, but now I kind of know them, and now we're following each other on IG and stuff, and you know, we made trades with each other. So yeah, it's really cool. I suggest anyone who uses Instagram check that out. Tax Swap.
Hey, do you have gun channels cards? Because you should totally give them some.
I do have gun channel cards. I bought like a big pack from G-Webs and stuff, and then every time I bought patches, he sent me extras and stuff. So I do. I've actually already handed them out. Like,
Right, awesome. Oh man, what's going on? Let's see if there's any new news.
Minnesota is trying to make it a little harder on people to block highways during protests.
Well, that's something, I guess.
Yeah, that follows Indiana doing similar.
It should be a lot of that.
my car identifies as like a bulldozer whenever someone tries to block the freeway. So
What is it, a Suburban?
well, no, like even my little Toyota car, like it'll identify as a bulldozer, man. So people start blocking that freeway, like, yep.
Yeah, just connect the front
No
loader.
fucks given, dude. Like you're standing out on the freeway in my lane. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not risking my family's lives or other people's lives on the freeway to try and swerve over lanes and shit. Like, and you know what they say? If you're going to hit a deer, what do? Like, go faster, like, right? And press that gas down. So.
Wow. Can't believe you
Hell,
just
here
said that on air.
it says pedestrians are prohibited on the interstates here, so they surely there's
That's
nobody out
always
on the
been a
interstate.
thing. They've always been prohibited on interstates. That's why every single hitchhiker like that is standing on the side of the freeway and shit. They get pulled over by the cops because they're not supposed to be on the side, not even on the side of the freeway. That's always been a thing. On any like federal highway, in the United States. That's always been a law. But now I hope they up the charges. So instead of just a ticket for doing it, now I hope it's actually like a misdemeanor crime or something. Or, you know, now I hope it's actually something worthwhile that'll actually help keep them off of it. Because people's lives, you know, when you're going 65, 75 miles an hour on the freeway and it's dark out and shit, and all of a sudden someone pops up in front of you, you know, and you got to swerve your car with your family inside and shit, and you're risking everyone else's life on the freeway. Like, no, that's such bullshit. They should be charged accordingly.
I think the law change that they're looking for calls it a gross misdemeanor now.
Yeah, that's awesome. It used to just be an infraction. It used to just be like just a ticket. Like, that's all it was. It was just a minor infraction. So that's good that they're doing that.
What about if you're trying to get your emergency phone?
Indiana's better because they said that they're trying to put into law that police officers can use any means necessary to remove them.
It hit that gas. Like, they got push guards on the front of their cars.
I was thinking a little more permanent than that. I hadn't really thought about running them over.
Hey, Angry is saying he still says we should all buy Sweat North Dakota and rename it Gun Channels Town. I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing. Like, if you're, you know, driving, let's say, a big rig with 80,000 pounds, right? You know, and a bunch of people all of a sudden jump out in front of you and you're flying down the road at 70 miles an hour. Like, there's no stopping you. Like, you know, I mean, you're not going to be swerving that truck anytime soon or stopping that truck. So, like, it's coming, you know, like, that's what I've been waiting for. Being hit by passenger cars and stuff. I'm just waiting for, like, the big rig guy to be going through one of those places and be like, oh shit. It'd be like bowling pins.
Hit black ice. I can't stop.
He'll get accused of being a terrorist.
So, going back to something gun related, I've noticed this fad lately, ever since Larry Vickers and Instructor Zero released some videos a couple years ago where guys were standing, like, right next to targets and then live firing. People were live firing at that target, like hostage scenarios and stuff, but they were doing it with live ammunition. Now I'm seeing, like, this fad with all these Facebook, YouTube, and IG guys, like, doing the same thing. I'm just waiting for, like, the news to be like, yeah, like, like, friend shoots friend at gun range, like, while he was standing in front of the target. Like, I'm just waiting for that bad publicity to come out. You know, I'm seeing these videos on Instagram, YouTube now of these like regular guys, you know, doing that shit. And what do you guys think about that?
That's the problem of people posting stupid goddamn shit like that. Somebody else is going to try it.
Yeah, because they always say, do not try this at home, folks, but they always do.
You know, there's a video posted on Instagram yesterday. I forget whose page it's on, but these two guys were doing that with, like, one of those, like, rubber dummy guys, like those Bob guys. He's standing in front of that Bob target to where only the head of that target's exposed, and the guy draws from concealed and pulls out a high point and fires into the dummy's head. And luckily he hit the dummy and not the other dummy. But I was just like, dude, like, you're using a high point from concealed. And he was quick about it too. It was like a 1 second draw and fire. Like, it was super quick, but, like, you know, that guy could be a total pro or something, but still, like, I'm like, man, you're doing this with the high point. You're posting it on IG. Like, is this going to get someone killed? Like,
Probably very soon.
These guys are like, dude, like, you know, I've had my Glock for 3 years and I've shot a couple mags through it, so I'm experienced, and you know, I'm just as good as that professional shooter who shoots like 10,000 rounds a year or more. Like, yeah, I can do this. Like, I'm just waiting for this, like, and then it's just gonna make all of us gun owners look like shit. Like when some guy kills his buddy. Just knock it off, people. Seriously, just stop. Like, just stop. Like, that doesn't prove you're like an operator or anything. Just stop.
If you're posting YouTube videos, I can assure you, you're a long ways from being a fucking operator. If you're an operator, you're out there busy operating.
Well, a lot of people will disagree with you on that, Tony. Some people will say you're not an operator unless you have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, fuck them. You're not much of an operator if you're doing stupid shit like that on fucking camera. You're an idiot.
So I mentioned this in last night's late lobby, but did you guys hear about the president of Turkey? He came out yesterday and talked about how Turkey has not supplied ISIS with any arms whatsoever, that was an Obama administration lie, and that it was Obama who's been supplying ISIS the entire time, and then blaming Turkey for it to defame them. And he just talked all this mad shit about Obama and all this stuff, and how, you know, Turkey, they don't like ISIS, they don't support them, they don't fund them, they don't sell anything to them. And it was a pretty long speech, and he just totally like ragged on Obama. And I just thought it was really funny that he comes out the day after Obama leaves office to say this stuff. Like,
Did you see my response?
no, I'm on.
Well, there was surely a fucking shitload of oil trucks going to Turkey, so he can say what he wants.
Yeah, my response is, yeah, he says it. He only said it, after Obama is out of office, and he's not under fear of drone attacks.
Yeah, that's what I said last night. I was like, dude, this guy must have been totally afraid of military like backlash, right? You know, a drone strike, assassination, or something. I'm like, man, were you really that afraid of Obama? Like, I mean, you know, that like you wait till he's out of office to talk to talk the shit or maybe tell the truth. I don't know if this shit's true. He's saying it could still totally be propaganda, facts or evidence one way or the other, but it is something I could believe. I could totally see Obama funding ISIS and then blaming that shit on Turkey. I could totally see that.
Oh, I could see that too. I mean, it makes for a
Same
nice
here.
distraction.
So I would like to see some evidence come out of this. I would like to see like that Turkish president actually produce some evidence showing like, oh, look, here's proof that Obama was funding these guys. I would totally like to see that.
It would kind of deter from we need to raise the minimum wage because that's the only kind of jobs fucking Obama created argument.
He created so many jobs and he got rid of unemployment, you know. Yeah. He brought it down to such a low level, right? No, the unemployment went down because many people became ineligible for unemployment. They're still unemployed. So, but the thing is, they can't get unemployment, so they don't count those people.
Well, there's a fair number of people who went to freaking minimum wage burger flippers jobs too. I mean, there is that, but you know, they have to go to 2 or 3 of them to freaking survive.
So you're telling me that's why my Big Mac looks like someone sat on it before they serve it to me?
Sorry.
Would you give a shit if you were making $7.50 an hour when you was making, $30 an hour a couple years ago?
I don't
don't
know.
give a
I
fuck
think
what your
I
Big
would
Mac
like to
looks
think
like.
I would, just because I've always taken pride in the work I do. Doesn't matter how shitty of a job it was, right? How bad I hated the work or whatnot. I have always tried to do a good job. So I would like to think I would, but who knows? Like, maybe not.
I don't know. I've
Yeah.
never had one of them big bucks jobs, so
Neither have I.
I've not had to take that huge step down.
So I'm really looking forward to Trump, raising the pay of our U.S. soldiers and increasing benefits for them. So they actually make more than people working at McDonald's.
I'd like
that
to
would
see
be
that
pretty
too.
nice, I think.
I'll tell you what, a serving soldier makes fairly decent money.
It depends on actually. That's not true, because it depends
Yeah, that's not true.
on the job you do in the military, and it depends on your pay is actually based on your rank in the military. If you're like, if you're an NCO, let's put it this way: even if you're on the high end of being a non-commissioned officer, guess what? You literally right now today do not make any more money. Actually, no, you make about probably $1 or $2 less money than the minimum wage burger flipper in most of the country.
Now, I'm going to put this out here, and I'm not going to use numbers because I don't want to. My daughter, when she was deployed, she made more than I did when I was working security for the feds. And it was significantly more. And she's an E5.
I also think a while back how Trump might try to, and I don't know if this was just someone saying they want Trump to do this or if Trump said it, but I heard somewhere a while back while the election was still going on that Trump was considering making soldiers tax exempt. So all the money that they made was, tax exempt.
They should be.
And
They should be. They shouldn't be charged taxes for, going and serving our country.
And I don't dispute making
Exactly.
more money either. I don't want you to get that misunderstanding, but I was stunned at how much my daughter made.
If you're a civilian, you have to pay taxes. But I don't see where a soldier serving the country and actually going out and fighting a war has to worry about taxes. That's one more thing they have to worry about.
I would also be for, like, even if you're not currently serving the country, even if you're a weekend warrior, or if you did 10 years, straight in the military, boom, you're tax exempt from any job you have for the rest of your life. I would be okay with that.
I don't know. I would be certainly
That's a
okay
gray
if
area
they got
Country,
free.
you deserve to get some privileges, and you deserve to get some stuff back more than just shitty health care through the VA.
They should get free health care, period, forever. No cost, no way.
Oh yeah, but they should get a lot better quality health care than what they've been getting. Do you know how many
Yes.
months guys have to wait just to get on a medication or just to get seen in some cases?
That
I
should be
mean,
a fucking embarrassment to this country.
oh yeah, it is. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, some of these horror stories I'm hearing about vets, how long they have to wait just to get seen by a doctor, months and months and shit. And they're in chronic pain or having mental issues or all sorts of stuff, and they have to wait months and months just to get seen because the waiting list is so backlogged before they're approved for it.
They need to disband fucking VA altogether, and any soldier who needs medical care can go any fucking where and get it. They got a card that says this is free.
Yep, I would agree with that. They deserve the best healthcare is what they deserve.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they deserve to be able to go to Johns Hopkins or the best hospitals in this entire country and be seen by the most qualified doctors.
And the only statement they get at the end of their stay is thank you for your service.
Yep.
If you want to go beyond that, go volunteer at the Veterans Hospital.
That's my point. There shouldn't be a veterans hospital. Any hospital should be available to them. Everything should be available to them for fucking free.
Cheer that.
All right. Tony, what do you think? Is it too early for a Guess That Gun?
I don't give a shit.
Glock 19. Done. I won.
No.
Corner shot.
Double no.
Tavor.
No, and it's not the Davy Crockett either.
Everybody's favorite, the David Crockett.
Not today. All right, hold on. All right, so we're going to do the Guess That Gun because I'm probably going to have to cut it a little early today and go get some food because I'm getting hungry.
Oh,
Thank you, Knives. Thank you, Knives, for, getting me hungry. Well, we're not cutting it right now. We're going to do Guess That Gun and talk about a couple other things, and then I'll probably around 2 or 2:30. All right.
Well, you watch this for a minute because I'm going to go refill my coffee.
Oh no. All right. I won't start until you get your coffee. So
Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, I gotta go. You guys have a good day.
Very nice.
Hey, Dead Horse, you gonna be on later on? Okay, be like that. Later, guys.
See you, Knives. All right. What's going on? Yeah, we're gonna do that. Guess That Gun. So when Tony gets back, he's getting more coffee, I assume. Let's see. See what's going on there. No, not seeing anything.
There we go.
All right, you got coffee?
I do.
All right, you got coffee. Good. Let me get the link out so I can actually go and check it. All right. If you're in the chat, you cannot guess on it because I'm giving the answer right here. All right. It's not a normal one, so keep that in mind. This firearm has a weight of about 6 pounds, length of 35 inches, a barrel length of 8 inches.
It's
And
actually kind of cool looking.
it has a 10 or 20 round detachable box magazine. There you go.
again, it's got a weight of about 6 pounds. It's got a length of 35 inches. It's got a barrel length of 8 inches. And it has a 10 or 20 round detachable box magazine. What is that gun? And I'm going to use sound effects, so Tony, go ahead and sigh, but TikTok.
They're friggin' ridiculously loud too.
Yeah, I've noticed that today.
Not an M1 carbine.
It is not an M1 carbine. I don't want to give it away because if I give you the place of origin, I will give it away. So we can't do that.
What about the round?
The round would too, because not many firearms are in that round. A round would give it away. Okay. Should I give it to him again?
I don't care. I don't think there's near enough there for him to get close, except maybe Sean.
Well, is Sean listening still? Because if he's not, then I will totally keep on going.
It says he's here and not sleeping. See, if he don't get it today, then we'll know for sure he's tapped into Jimmy's email or computer or something.
All right, I'm going to give you some more clues. I'm going to go through the specs once again and then just add on to the end of it. So it weighs about 6 pounds. Its length is 35 inches. Its barrel length is 8 inches. It is a gas-operated firearm, and it's got a rate of fire of 700 rounds a minute. And it's got a 10 or 20 round detachable box magazine. If you need more clues than that, then go ahead and ask in the Gun Channel's chat room, and we'll go from there.
I just ducked out of here for a second to go on Facebook and respond to a couple of people that said they signed the petition. So we'll see if my tiny little contribution on Facebook can help anything.
I think every repost of those petitions is going to help. Because there's a lot of gun guys who don't use much social media and stuff like that. So every little bit of putting that out there, I think is going to help.
Yeah, that's
what do they say? There's no such thing as bad publicity.
Yeah. Trump is prime evidence of that.
It is not an Enfield. All right. I'll give you a better hint. And this will give it away, but all right, go ahead. We're going to do this anyways. Another hint is it is in 9 by 39 millimeter cartridge. 9 by 39.
Now there's a pistol cartridge for you.
It's a rifle cartridge.
I know it, but it'd make a good pistol cartridge. Well, maybe a revolver.
Yeah, in the same in same way, the 5.7's a good pistol cartridge for the 5.7.
VSK 94. Let me see. Not
No, it's not the VSK 94.
exactly. There you go. You're getting closer. And I
There
believe
it
that was
is.
right.
It's the VSS Venturis. Congratulations. Angry got to guess that gun.
Matter, Sean, was you sleeping?
Sean probably was sleeping. Or we were probably doing it when he was getting food. And no, it's not the gross OZ14. All right, let me pull up the list for the next one. Here it is. This next one's a little easier. All right. This gun weighs about 12 pounds. It is 40 inches long, and the barrel length is 20 inches. It is chambered in 5.56 by 45 millimeter NATO and has a rate of fire of 1,000 rounds a minute.
Hey, I'm going to duck out of here for a minute and listen to this briefing.
All right. Here's the answer there. It is not the M249.
It hasn't exactly started yet.
It's not the M249. Close. Think older. All right. All right. We got any more answers? Oh, talking spaghetti westerns and not including the Trinity series. I don't know. Damn it, Angry. Angry got it. He got the Stoner 63. Which variant? Either way, I'm going to give it to you anyways. The variant I was looking for was the LMG variant, but Stoner 63, it works. And there's a White House briefing right now. I kind of interested in what's going on, so. I wonder what it's about.
Yeah, this just in. Apparently, Trump just signed the executive order to pull the United States out of the TPP. So TPP is out. We're out. Uh, also, he reinstated the Reagan policy of Mexico City policy. Not too keen on what that is, but okay. Tony, you know anything about it? Trump is making good on some of his campaign promises already, so it's good to hear. I would say the first time any president has actually done something on the first day. Hey, that's pretty good. They're adding Skype seats to where organizations that can't attend normally can attend. That's pretty good. Watching the press conference right now because they're doing stuff day one. Figure that one out.
Everybody else waited 2 or 3 months to start, I think, because they had to hire all the people.
Amit, can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Yes or no?
Yes. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah. So apparently Obama's out, Trump is in, and things are getting done. He started signing executive orders today. He, pulled America out of TPP.
Yeah, I heard. I'm not well enough informed to.
I'm not well enough informed on TPP either.
Because my instinct is free trade is always good. On the other hand, you know, when you have countries that are theoretically doing free trade with you, and on the other hand are fighting you in a currency war, that's not really free trade, is it?
No, it's not. So
Anyway,
what's going on with you, Amit?
no, nothing much. I'm trying to see if I can get fucking Cajun Gunworks parts to Israel somehow.
What?
I'm trying to see if I can get Cajun Gunworks parts to Israel somehow for my CZ.
Couldn't you just ask someone to buy them for you and send them to you, or what? Are they prohibited?
You can't send them on international mail. They're gun parts.
So those parts are banned?
They're not banned. You can't bring them by your I don't think it's even legal, even from the U.S. side, for a company to send them.
It's export laws. It's illegal to export most firearm parts out of the country.
Illegal or legal?
A license to do it, so he has to find a special export that has the license that's allowed to send those parts out of the country. Is what it is.
Yeah, and then on my side, I need someone that has a license to import gun parts into the country. So I basically need a gun dealer that's willing to do it, and there's not. It's kind of hard to find one because none of them want to bother with like, hey, I'm just gonna import, go through the paperwork to import one fucking.
It's
one
not worth it.
Yeah, yeah, they can probably make it worth it for them by overcharging me, but I'm snooping around. There's one gun store that imports in very small quantities, like stuff that isn't here. So I'm talking to him right now, see what he says, but he's not like super excited about it. I can feel it already. All it does, there's a defensive carry package for my pistol that, all it does is lower the trigger weight a bit and cuts the reset, makes the reset shorter. So, I could probably get the same results by just letting some, like, the CZ gunsmith work on it, but I'd rather do it with parts that were made specifically to do it than him starting to fuck around with parts in the gun already, that weren't made for that.
So, Ahmed, what do you think about the U.S. Embassy moving to Jerusalem?
Well, I'm all for it if it happens.
So you don't mind?
From what I was reading, it sounded like it's a for sure thing. Like, from what I was reading, they were making it sound like it's going to happen.
Well,
Trump wants it to happen.
I don't consider anything a sure thing until I see it happen. But if it happens, it's a good thing. I'm for it.
What, and explain to us why it would be a good thing, like why, like, from your point of view, since you.
Why is it a good thing?
From your point of view, since you live there, why would it be a good thing for the embassy to move to Jerusalem?
Because our capital is in Jerusalem. I think if you have diplomatic relations with my country, then you should acknowledge what my country considers its capital. And I mean, it's not like all, even if there are like issues with 1967 lines or whatever, it's not like all of Jerusalem is, you know, post 1967 territory. Some of it is in the original 1948 line, so I don't even see the issue. The only reason the embassies aren't there is because they don't want to piss off the Arab countries.
Yeah, because isn't the capital or isn't the embassy right now in Tel Aviv?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be in Jerusalem. I don't think anybody argues whether Western Jerusalem, at least, is legitimate Israeli territory. So put it in Western Jerusalem. Let's just say it like
Right.
this: most Israelis would appreciate this greatly as like a trust building step by the administration. If you're gonna come later and ask us to do all sorts of things to, like, you know, show good faith to the Palestinians, putting your embassy in Jerusalem is, you know, it gains credit for us doing other things later. But not that it matters, because I don't think the Palestinians want to deal with us, but that's another issue.
Yeah, no one wants to deal with you.
Well, with me specifically, yes, that's true.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't know. The Palestinians are weird and crazy.
Oh my God.
What's going on?
I'm fucking trying to get fucking straight answers from gun dealers in Israel. It's like fucking getting water out of a rock. Awesome. Cool. Okay, this guy says no problem. I'll get it done.
Awesome.
Like I got a guy there. He has the license to export. I'll send it to. He'll send it to me. You can do the work because I can't even do the work on the gun legally. That's the thing.
So you
Not
can't
that
switch,
I wouldn't fuck around. I don't.
you can't switch
I'm
gun parts
not
out
experienced
yourself?
enough to fuck around with my only carry gun, but
Huh.
okay, cool. So now I just gotta come up with a bunch
All
of
right.
money to do it.
Yeah. Good luck.
What is it that you exactly want to switch out on that? You got a CZ, didn't you? Amit, didn't you buy a CZ?
All right. Are we done watching the whatchamacallit, the press? I don't know if we're done watching the press release or not, but it's yeah. He's going on and on. I'm calling it. All right, Tony, you there? All right, I guess you're not there. So those of you out there still listening, you guys up for another Guess That Gun? Because we got one more left. I mean, we got a bunch of listeners out there, so how about it?
Glock 19.
No, it will never be the Glock 19, Dead Horse.
That doesn't make sense. That's supposed to be like the most prolific gun.
No, that's the Glock 17. Or technically the 18. So, all right. I'm going to... I'm going to go and... What's this? Trying to get the inches... All right. This gun was used in World War I. It was produced in 1914. It uses a straight rimless case cartridge and it's a unicorn gun. Serious unicorn gun. And its name is derived from the country's language for hummingbird. There you go. I gave you an easy one.
It's derived from the country's name for hummingbird.
Mm-hmm.
Or their language for hummingbird. Now, this is just a wild guess. I'm on my phone. I don't have no Google foo, okay?
You can't guess if
Husqvarna?
you're on... No. Husqvarna. No, it's not the Husqvarna. No, I'll give you the link here inside the internal chat. But if you're in the...
I can't see internal chat. I'm on my phone. I can't see nothing.
So, there we go. There we go. Smeggy got it. The 2mm Calibri.
So Colibri stands for, it means hummingbird?
Yeah, in it was the country of origin was Austria-Hungary, and that was one country at one point, I believe, during World War One. So I don't know if that's Austrian or Hungarian, but colibri is hummingbird. So, yeah, I think it's Austrian. I believe it's Austrian. But yeah, it's actually got one of the smallest cartridges, 2 millimeter cartridge. That's tiny. Forgotten Weapons did a video on it if you want to actually see the actual pistol. So there's that. And yeah, thank you, Smegs, for giving everyone the link. All right, there we go. Anything else? I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so yeah, it's good for arming squirrels. The gun is tiny. Anyways,
So where can I find some plastic chests on that? Like, do they make any RIP rounds for that, or like steel penetrators or tracers or anything?
I don't even think they make armor piercing. I don't even think they make hollow points either.
If you're an ammo manufacturer, you know, like, there you go. There's a whole market for you. 2 millimeter armor piercing shells, tracers, and incendiaries. And
Yeah, but the issue is the Colibri is they didn't make that many of them.
no, I've seen those little 2 millimeter pin fires like all over G-Web's thing, and there's like guys who make those and collect those still. So like 2 millimeter pin fires still like a thing, man.
All right, but I don't think this is pinfire. I think this is center rifle, center fire. Excuse me, center
Wait.
fire.
No, there's no way. The primer is bigger than the case. Like, I don't know how it has to be some. Like, I don't know. Like,
It's the Colibri was the smallest commercially available center fire cartridge.
oh, okay. I always think it was some kind of rimfire or something like.
No, the two millimeter Colibri, also known as the 2.7 millimeter Colibri car pistol, or the 2.7 by 9 millimeter Colibri. It's a center fire cartridge. How they got it that small, no idea, but it was definitely.
Can you see my screen? Can you see it? Oh my god, dude! Check this guy out! Check this guy out! Oh fuck! Damn it! You missed it! Oh,
What was it? He protesting?
damn it! Oh, he has a sword on him, dude. He's like walking down the street with a big old fucking broadsword strapped to his back. Like, that's my America. Out of here, I'll try and. Fuck yeah, dude! That guy had like a huge broadsword, like a 4-foot like Scottish
Dude.
claymore shit, like to his back. Walking down
Was
the
it
street.
sheathed? Was it sheathed?
Yes, it was in a sheath.
Okay, well, as long as it was sheathed, that's all that matters.
Well, I'm okay with that. That's fucking awesome, dude. I love that. That's my America.
If you're gonna carry it, go ahead, but just carry it sheathed because we don't want anyone getting hurt, right?
Well, the thing that was scary about it is that he was like talking to himself while walking down the street. So that kind of disturbs me, but maybe he was like, on a Google Hangout, like on a swordchannels.com or something.
Is there a swordchannels.com? I kind of would like to know. Because then, there's a whole avenue right there. There is not a swordchannels.com. There should be though.
For knifechannels.com?
Maybe. Nope. No knife channel either. So, G-Webs is posting links. What are these videos? Yeah, the Calibri was a centerfire. A
I would
blunderbuss.
really love to do one of those one day. I would love to own one of those little 2mm pinfire. Well, so the Calibri's not the same as a pinfire, though, right? That's what you're saying?
No. A Calibri was a centerfire. It was a it was the smallest commercially available at the time centerfire handgun. Very small. I don't know if you can even get ammo for it anymore. So. Let's see. Wow, G-Webs had a blunderbuss at one point. G-Webs with the blunderbuss. Oh my. Anyways, if anyone's got another guess that gun, I guess I could do that. But Tony, you still there? Guess not.
All right, I have a guess that gun. And
All
I
right.
don't even know the answer to it. So maybe someone can educate me.
Hold on. That's not what guess that gun is. You have to have the answer.
No, you don't. Like, who says? Like, tell me, what was the first pistol with an integral laser?
The Taurus Curve.
No, there's guns with integrals before the Taurus Curve with integral lasers. So I think the Bodyguard was before that, but I bet you there had to be some gun like back in the early 90s. I bet you probably had an integral laser. Probably didn't do too well or sell too much, but I'd be curious. Like, what's the first gun with an integral laser? First handgun.
No idea. That can be a gun question tomorrow. All right. For anyone that has any questions, comments, suggestions, guess that gun ideas, send them to earlywatchaz@gmail.com and we'll check them out. It's about 2:25 Eastern time. I'm getting ready to go get some food myself, so I think I am going to call it now. I'm gonna be here tomorrow, doing the same thing over and over again. All right. What's going on gun channels today? Let me check. What is going on today? Gun channels today at 3 Eastern time. There will be the Daily Gun Show with G Webs, Bob, Z, and Dano. I don't know if they're all showing up today or not, but here's hoping. Tonight we've got Matt, Never Enough Ammo, Guns and Geeks podcast. We've got We Like Shooting. Are they still doing it on Mondays? I thought they were doing a. Yeah, we got We Like Shooting, and there's also Locked and Loaded. So check them out. All right. Other than that, that's what's going on today. We'll check back tomorrow morning and let you know what's going on tomorrow. Thank you all for listening. I hope I hear from you again tomorrow. And that's about it. You were watching the Early Watch. Thank you, Tony and Dead Horse for showing up. Thank you, Knives, for popping in. Thanks, Amit, for joining. And thanks, Sean, for popping in and hanging out. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Later.